Boom, boom, boom. And so let's I'll initiate the Unreal Restart Protocol. Oh, brilliant start, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. Am I saying it wrong? Let me see. No, it should have worked. I need to shout in its ear. Hello. I'll initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
Yeah. No. Posting the link. Let's see.
Hello, Dino.
Yes. They're doing. Ah, yeah. I need to get the link. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. No, that didn't work. I posted the wrong link. Delete. Delete. Copy. Paste. Dino log. Doing that. It's putting the wrong image on that post. Confirm. Hey, Dirt Monkey, how you doing? Hi, Mike, how you doing? Presume it's working then. Right. Well, anyway, there we go. How you all doing tonight? I am. Where am I at? Yes. When we look at that, I am doing network. I'm going to try and go to networking. Networking. Yesterday, I was working on my notice board pattern and values and figuring out some kind of soft assert. But I think I want to now get on to doing the network stuff. So what I want to do is write my own socket layer, socket plugin. Isn't it annoying if you ever get something stuck in your teeth and then just I have that problem right now. TMI. So in my blueprint function library, I want to try to add that. So what I want now is some networking code. Now, Unreal provides some degree of interface to networking. It has an F-socket thing, so I'll need to get the documentation on that. Yep, let's try again. I really do not like this documentation here that you get with Unreal, because they never show samples. It just has the... I mean, and really to figure out how to make, from the pure documentation of these functions, how to use them. So it really needs some sample code. No, it's Unreal 4. Unreal 5 is not out yet. F-socket Unreal example. I wish there was a site that was just socket, just Unreal example, C++ Unreal example code. That's all that it has. It always feels like I'm having... Yeah. I haven't checked it out. I believe the biggest change that's interesting is they're reintroducing a scripting language, which is a good move, because blueprints... There's this thing I told students. I used to teach students years ago. I don't know whether they ever really got the point, but you would have this situation that everybody were creating technology to try and solve a problem, but the problem that was being solved was always seemed to be something else than what it was, than what it should have been. So when you look at blueprints make something easy that is hard in C++. And that's the reason why they're an important part of any Unreal project, unless you want to get around that. I mean, leaving aside the fact that it means that non-programmers can use it, although by definition, if you're messing around with blueprints, you're being a programmer in all but typing. All the blueprints does is get rid of some typing. And not strict typing, but actual typing. But anyway, leaving that aside, it has to do with the fact that C++ doesn't make coroutines easy, and so that's probably the biggest reason for using, at least as me looking at it and coming to Unreal relatively fresh. That's the thing that you get with. But and if you look up, if you look at things like on this topic, you will find that there are plenty of people who ask questions like, why can't I put a delay in a function? Well, it's because putting a delay in a function is going to be very hard. That would be like trying to put a coroutine inside a normal function and have it behave like a coroutine in C# on Unity. You can't. When you want to use coroutines properly, you have to make everything a coroutine. And that's actually a way you can go. You can go and practically make the default, the standard function that you make is a coroutine. And then you can handle asynchronous stuff a breeze. But it seems a bit odd that there isn't any kind of language support for something so fundamental. So of course, I think they're now releasing a language that I'm hoping, I don't know, but I'm hoping it's an intermediate language. See, the ideal would be that if you could take a blueprint, and the blueprint generates an actual language. So, and then you can read whatever this language is. You can read the language and get a graph, or you can edit the graph and save it out, and you get the language. You can make modifications on the language file, and then the code reads the language, the scripting language, reads it in, and then you can check in the scripting language into source control. When somebody modifies one of those files, either by using the graphical tool or modifying it directly, then you can actually do a comparison between two files, and you can see what changed, and blah de blah de blah de blah. I don't know if that's what we're going to get with Unreal 5, but if it is what we're going to get with Unreal 5, it's pretty cool. Might have been even cooler though to figure out how to do away with the scripting language entirely and do everything in C++. But that's actually not easy. That is not easy. Anyway, we shall see. Right now, what I want to do is I'm looking for a socket. Oh, Socket IO client. Awesome open source. Yeah, but where? Oh my God. Is that 10 lines of code? 5 lines of code? 20 lines of code? Flipping crazy. For this, 15 lines of code. Ooh, that's a big one. 25 lines of code. Do we have some C++ here? Yeah, I want to make my own. I can't. I'm not going there. C++ communicate with specific client. Boost. Just use boost.
Boost, boost, boost.
UE self F-socket example. Yeah. Pretty. Can I have a nice example? UE4 socket example. Press allow to verify I am not a robot. I am a robot. We're all robots. It's always like this when I'm looking for stuff. There's a parallel universe somewhere where C++ never existed. Indeed. And it's so secure, nobody can break into it. It's always like this. Unreal Engine server and client. Forbidden. You don't have permission to access this resource. See? This website is in the other universe. The universe that we don't have permission to access. Couldn't make this stuff up, could you? We're all making this stuff up. F-socket example. More results. Oh gosh. This is not an example. It's an example. That's a news report. U4 socket example. It's another one. It's a rip-off of the previous one. 10 things you didn't know you could do in Unreal 4. It's you know you're desperate when you've gone down to like the 6th page of a search. F socket UE4 example code. Rocket boosters. Ew. Explosive projectile. What's that got to do? Oh, fuck it. Of course, a fuck it is not really a proper word. To be honest. I really fucked that up. I really did. How to connect to socket. But we can try this one. I work for Socket Communication. Test. Hello. We have an employee of Socket Communication Test. Or is it Socket Communication Test with UE421? You may want to thread the socket code. Unreal. I mean, here it is, an Unreal Engine C++ basic TCP socket example. Maybe they provided source code. I don't want to sit through a 10-minute. Oh, hang on. This is the kind of stuff that is hard to find for Unreal. Yeah, you're telling me.
This video is going to be a very basic run through on using TCP sockets inside of Unreal Engine, and the purpose that I'm tinkering with this is useful for something like creating a heartbeat for your master server. So my master server controls, all the servers that get created for the lobby and all that kind of stuff. So whenever you go to, you hit find game, it'll show the servers that it finds from the master server. Whenever you hit host game, it creates one, and all that kind of stuff. So that's what it pretty much handles. Well, currently, let's say I host the game, and then I immediately just hit X to force close the game. I'm not properly calling my delete server function in my master server. Well, my delete setup for the web API that's just the master server. I'm not deleting.
They look like documents that do not have example code.
Yeah. So when I close the game, the server still, the database still has that server entry in it. So the only way to tell if the server is invalid is to try to join it, and if it fails, odds are it's invalid. So that's when I want to create a heartbeat, and that's what this would be, an example of its use. So I'm not going through, I'm not sending and receiving any data, I'm just checking and seeing if I can establish a connection. So here I have a very basic C# application just for testing, and I'm going to give you a sample
the source code
on the result of this. So it just loops through and constantly tries to connect. So what I want to do is I'm going to hit host game to fire the server. You can see
there may be source code here,
and it's spamming this because I have it set to literally just dispose of the TCP client and remake it each time it's successful. And now just decided to fail. And the reason because of that is because of how many connections I tried to make to it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I will show you why here in a minute. So remember, that's 8 connections. So now if I leave the lobby, host game again, connection successful. If I close the lobby again, it's going to go back and failed. And if I suddenly just shut it down,
Hello Dino.
like I shut down the game, it's going to start banging.
Hello Dino.
Well, that showed on 8, but anyways, you should hopefully be able to get the point. So anyways, just shut that. I want to give a quick run through on how this is set up. So if you're going to do this, first thing you need to do is go to your project build.cs and just add two public dependencies, sockets, and
Ooh.
networking to the end of the list.
Hello, Dino.
Right. Good. Actually, this I think I like this guy's approach here. He proved that it worked first of all. Hello, Lacto. How you doing? Good to see you again.
That's done. You can.
Oh. So what I want to do is go and find in my project Solution Explorer source mouse mover looking for where was it? Build.cs. So my project bit target this one. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Okay, right. Oh, it already has it. Oz must have had a go before. Sockets networking. Good. Okay.
Sockets and networking to the end of the list. Once that's done, you can begin. So you're probably going to want to refresh your project though in order to get everything to work right, and I'll show you how to do that here once Unreal Engine loads. So you do just close down, well, I guess you could actually leave Visual Studio open, but I would just close it down. Open your U project. Then you would come up here, File, Refresh Visual Studio Project, and relaunch Visual Studio. And then you should be good to go, and IntelliSense should pick up just about everything that it's supposed to. So all I'm doing is whenever I click Host Game, it makes a call to the game mode that says, hey, I'm trying to host a game. So I just spawn my Nazi Zombie Beacon host object. It's just using spawn actor, nothing special. But on begin play, that's where we do kind of everything. So what we do is we create our IP address, set everything up, and then we want to create an endpoint. Now this endpoint's pretty much literally as it states, endpoint. So where we want to kind of have everything be handled. So in my case, it's my local address.
Why is he using lobby info? What do we need that for? I'm hoping I don't need that. Time manager, don't initiate, so there's all this other crap. But then we oh. Oh dear, this thing's annoying. What I'm going to try is if I go to my BP function library, just set up a kind of something that could be called, so UBP function. The complete didn't work there. Right, auto library test, and I'm going to use my try thing here. Some code in there. Need to put a header. Put in the header, I need to place a definition. This, which is going to be static void blueprint callable category, whatever. Okay, that. Let's just compile this and see what clickbait did I didn't click any clickbait, I think. Did you understand what that strange facial expression was? I can assure you I wasn't having a stroke. There's a kind of a joke involved there, but I don't know if it came across. Bad function definition. Really? Static void. Yes, it is. I could rant about that annoyance. C++. Are you going to compile now? Building 6 actions with 28 processes. Build 1 succeeded. And I can go back to Unreal. Where are you? No, that's not Unreal. Here's Unreal. And is it going to crash when I hit play, or is it? Okay, so something is working. And this is the event graph. And I'm going to branch off. I'm playing. I hate that as well. Right. We're going to do test. This function is the function I just created. Yeah, that time it decided to link this up in the chain. Sometimes it doesn't. Really annoying, especially because I didn't want it to do that time. When I don't want to do that, it does it. When I do want to do it, it doesn't. Call it the Pink Panther feature. And now if I hit play, nothing happens. It's fine because I didn't put anything inside my function. And now I want to, the UE. The Unreal message generation. I have to do this again. You know, I'm so tired of then. I get to this and I can't remember. I'm beginning to remember the... let me see if I can remember it. The print statement. Notice how search engines recommend video over web pages. They do very much, especially if it's Google. Google recommends mysteriously only YouTube. I cannot understand it. It's a mystery. Right, we're going to execute test because test is the thing. And yeah, sorry, I'm distracted there. UE log. What is the magic incantation? Warning. Can we see what the definition is? Category name. What were the category names? Category name of the logging category. I can never remember it. Warning for the second one, maybe. So this is, I just type UE log and there's this friendly link here which has this example. This is enough. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
I've got a task for you, Hal. This is where I pretend that I'm talking to you like you can understand what I'm saying, as if I'm explaining to you what it is that I need, and then you magically do it. But in reality, I'm actually typing to change the thing. Yeah, whatever. New command. That was another Pink Panther moment. It's like, okay, here we go. It's because I've got different magnification settings or whatever on the Things, yes. Distract. It's a distraction every second, isn't it? Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hi. Insert log command. And now when it said that, I can go and do key press. No, I don't want to do key press. I want to do keystrokes. Where was it? Yeah. What was that? Key press. Okay. I just don't remember. Not key press. Then it has to be under other. What am I missing? Because I was sure that it was possible to make it enter a phrase. Oh, why can't I see that now? What am I missing? Maybe it doesn't have that. I thought it did. Run an application, stop process, set text value, perform window function, change auto screenshot, block unblocks, restrict mouse movement. Text value small. Oh gosh, I'm going to have to search that. That's really weird. Voice attack. Insert text. Enter text as one lump. Okay, there isn't a way of doing that other than this. Gosh, that's really annoying. That makes this more difficult. But what I can do is set the clipboard. And what we're putting in the clipboard is going to be this. So it's log temp warning. Some warning message. So that could be put onto the clipboard and then key press. Control V. Paste. And then when I go here, you'd be able to say whatever it was that I said I was supposed to say. Right. Hal insert log command. I wasn't in the right window. Hal insert log command. Okay, cool. So right, and we'll just see if this works. The other thing is, I did create this command that was like, when I say make it so. Sorry, I'm gone. I'm started doing DevOps again. I'm forever doing DevOps, aren't I?
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, hello, Hal. The DevOps of this, if we look at scripts, backup, shutdown. Unreal, restart Unreal. One that I wanted was save all and play. Yeah. And so this switches to the Unreal editor. And I also had another one which was Start Unreal. And this has Visual Studio in it. I think here I'm going to make this a little easier to remember. This is UE and this is VS. Win activate UE. Here you can see what I'm doing. UE. Win activate UE. And but before I do win activate UE, I want to do win activate VS. So we activate Visual Studio, then I want to send to Visual Studio a nice F7. There's only one problem here, which is that if it's I really don't want it to try and start Unreal if there was a compile error. That's caught me out a few times. Go and miss the fact there was an error. So how could I make it conditional on? Oh, yeah, why don't I try that? You know what I'll do is actually stop this here. So all it's going to do is do the compile. I have a cunning plan. If I compile that. So I'm in here and this needs to be saved. So I make it so.
I Captain.
And it's actually doing that. Hal went and recompiled this automatically. But of course I want to know that it succeeded. And one of the things I could do, oh no, DevOps. I would need to add a special rule to the Visual Studio project, but the Visual Studio project is generated by Unreal. So then I would need to go and figure out that. It's really, really annoying. There's probably another way of doing this somewhere, but who's going to have any luck finding it? You know. So all this is so niche, isn't it? The idea of that you know, the things are automated and check things. I don't know how I can do that. Oh, I have an idea. What I'm going to do is go to auto it. There, this little tool, the finder tool. And then I drag this to this window. And what did it say? WD wrapper, Microsoft Visual Studio, visible text. Yeah, of course, all the text that's in here is not visible. Is this in a... It'd be nice if this was in a text file somewhere. It could be. Where's... Does this get logged to a file? Not. Hidden text. There's nothing there, is there? It's like, give me the content of this window. No. On a successful build. I need to think, is there another way of checking for a success? There is. I think. Yes, I can do this. I can. What I can do is try another way. Get this. we're going to go into the documents, the Unreal projects. This one was called, I've kind of lost track of which project I'm in here. Which one? Show in Explorer. Just called My Project. An imaginative title. So if I look, let's use that. My Project. Somewhere in here, probably in binaries. Is it binaries? Must be binaries. Win64 modified. Looking at timestamp today at a few minutes ago. Where's the output file? These were all created a few minutes ago. In fact, let's just check this. The file I could just check for the, oh, right. Well, what about that? Let's check for that file. That's a very nice, easy file. Looks like that's the one that's set last. So what I'm going to do is go into here and I will compile. And when I compile, this changed my project editor target. So if I can use the timestamp, let's just see if this, if I put in an error, right, and then I build it, and with a little bit of luck, it doesn't actually change. So I do have a way, despite best efforts, I have a way of detecting if the build was successful by checking the timestamp of that file. And I can probably do that all inside of AutoIt. So, but I need to, I don't know, remember the function, but it's like git file modificate. No, I'm going to have to actually look it up. Oh, this is cool. I've not done this before. This is a new thing. Check timestamp of file in AutoIt. Of course, I know how to do it in Bash. I can do it in seconds in Bash. But that's going to get a bit messy if I have AutoIt calling Bash. Function get file time. So what I need to do is include this, I think, all I need, and then I've got it's got an example of set. File get time. Right. So I could do ft file time, right, equals get file get time. It's there. File get time with a file name. Of course, this is hardwired right now. I'll go and start a new project. Hey, John Vella. How you doing? Welcome, John Vella. Lovely fella. It's all these people who have themes are showing up. I'm going to have to dig those out. So, get file, get time. How have you been? I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm recovering from 2020, which was by far one of the worst years. It was worse than 2019. 2019 wasn't actually that bad a year. 2018 got pretty bad. 2017 was the tail end of Kickoff Revival. That wasn't great. 2016 was the year of Brexit and Donald Trump. Release of Kickoff Revival. I'm hoping.
Hello Dino.
Hello, Hal.
Hello Dino.
I'm hoping that 2021 is a better year. It's certainly going better right now in all respects, except the lockdown. There's always something, isn't there? Always. Kind of rule of thumb. Where are we now? Where are we now? My project in binaries in Win64. This is the directory. I'll have to figure out a way later of changing the configuration when I change project, but I'm just going to hardwire it right now. And so there, file get time, and let's just see message box 0. Doesn't matter what that is. $FT. This, when I run it, should pop up a dialog box with the timestamp of that file. Oh, it is blank. And then it tried to compile a thing. Why is it blank? What am I missing? File get time. With something. File get time. Users, Dino, Unreal Projects, binaries, Win64, my project editor dot target. Well, no one would know if you were teaching maths in your pants. But I can tell you, if you start a YouTube channel called Maths in Your Pants, tell you, John, Maths in Your Pants, there's going to be no stopping you. None at all. And you don't actually have to do maths visibly in your pants, although technically you can be fully dressed and you are still doing maths in your pants. I mean, assuming you're wearing them, which would be normal. So, but that's it. It's catchy. Today on Maths in Your Pants. Just, yeah, you're welcome.
Hello Dino.
Hal is weird because, you know, whenever I'm sigh, it's got to the point where the neural network of the voice recognition on Windows on my machine, which it's allegedly it trains itself, you know, and it's like if I make any kind of sigh or I sound like I'm down, and it just like there, I sighed, and the AI could feel my sigh and wanted to reach out, and reached out by saying, yeah, but it's got very little it can say. But it reached out with the hello Dino. It's incredible. It really is. I think it is the USP you need. Put game dev on videos and you'll be a real YouTuber. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of blew a fuse in my head, that one, for some reason. I'll need to do a diagnostic later. So What is wrong with this? What is wrong with you? It's going to be worth it. It always is. It's always worth it. You know, it's there. Let me press that and hit F1. Get file time. File name. Option. Last modified, last created. The default is last modified. Format. The default. Return an array. Ah! If I pass in, so really what I want to do is always that, right, read the documentation, RTFM. If I want a string as opposed to an array, I need to do that. Okay, so let's try again. There it is. 2021 0113 210300. Kind of finding it slightly freaky that that number happened by total coincidence to end up exactly only requiring the digits 0, 1, 2, and 3. The chances of that are actually fairly low. If I run it again, no, well, it's because that's the time it was. It was exactly, it's not going to change because it's the timestamp. The timestamp was exactly 3 minutes past 9. But in 24 hours, it's 3 minutes past 20. It doesn't mean a thing. It's just something I can make nonsense about. Yeah, working from home. That's the only thing. Working from home means never having a holiday. Well, in a lockdown. So, yeah, so anyway, never mind that. What we do is we get this string which gives me the time. This is really quite elegant, apart from needing to remember where the hell the file is. But what happens is I record the file time. This also provides a nice way of knowing when the compilation had finished. At least knowing when the compilation had finished if it succeeded. If compilation fails, this technique, there's maybe some other way of finding out if the compilation failed. But doesn't really matter, to be honest, because most of the time you want this to, well, no, but then I'll need it a timeout, won't I? I'll have a think about that. Oh. Tiny C compiler. What, the C programming language in 24 hours? He's a future. You can tell him what a wonderful future he's got. No, seriously, that's really nice. Somebody's going to read the C programming language book in an hour. We know what they want to do with themselves. What am I working on at the moment? I am working on Unreal, and I've just taken a little bit. What I want to do with Unreal is sort of work with some networking. This is to create a graphics terminal that's a standalone program that I can draw graphics on or move objects in 3D as well, whatever. But the objects will be created and movable over the network. So it's in effect a 3D terminal, graphics terminal. So that I want to use that on the Phi project. And right now I'm trying to figure out when I can make a build in Visual Studio, it automatically starts up the right, it automatically plays in the editor, because I can't see a way of doing that. This is just normal, because that was a dance in Unity as well. But for me, I just don't want to get distracted having to drag things around and so on. I want to think about the code I'm making. So I'm pretty tenacious with regards to DevOps. So right now I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to do it using AutoIt, and I've got a way of knowing if the build was successful, but I don't currently have a way of knowing if the build failed. So there might be a way, some file touched somewhere over the rainbow. Could have a look at what happens in the intermediate files. Build. Yeah, none of this has got touched since yesterday, so none of that is going to be it. If there was a log, build log, that would help. I don't know whether... Well, actually, that might be available from Visual Studio, which would be another way of dealing with this. But that requires... Nugget plus phi equals phi plus plus. Oh. You did it again. You did it again, Mike. Let's see. What was I looking for? Visual Studio. Compile output log. What's the default location for MS build logs? There's no default log file. Look in the output window. Look in the output window. Yeah, because that's the only way that we can interact with computers, is we have to keep looking, and we shouldn't try. We shouldn't try to make things automatic anyway. Log file from Visual Studios only supported for C++ projects. You have to work with the output window for others. Okay. There is a log file. I think it's just silly of Visual Studio not to have detailed logging in a file. Yes, it is. It is crazily silly. Hanks UE here. Oh, I'm reading this right now. I'm just having fun on Stack Overflow, which is my favourite place to go when I want to have a laugh. Hanks U here had something to say, and there were 8 people who voted him up. It does have a log. That log is just not sent to a file. If you want a log file, run MS build from the command line. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong, but it's.
I Captain.
Yeah, I didn't say do that. Hell, quiet. I'm in the middle of ranting. How about this guy? Why isn't this just a property in the solution? Why is the output window so terrible performance anyway, so you're forced to keep it on minimal output all the time? Why is it like 8 steps to change from one output level to the other? I feel your pain. The MS documentation MSDN documentation is pretty clear about this, and you ain't going to like it, where it says to create a build log for a managed code project on the menu bar, choose build solution. On the output window, highlight the information from the build and then copy it to the clipboard in a text editor such as Notepad. Paste the information in the file and then save it. I mean, really, that's just utterly crazy, isn't it? I mean, and that's from Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, geez, it's old though. I mean, that's just, when was that? That was 4 years ago. Yeah, where everything started to go wrong. Use build output instead of logging to file. Instead of copy paste, simply click somewhere in the output and do Control S to save.
Hello, Dino.
Yes, you did it again. There it is. I sighed, and there was Hal. What I should do is make Hal say, what I should do is make Hal say, "What is it, Dino?" when I sigh. Visual Studio. Fortunately, I'm in C++ land here. It's funny. I don't know why this is true, but it is true every time, and it's seriously every time I am looking for ways to make the compilation to tie in something automatically compilation. If it's not on the command line and preferably in Unix domain, Linux, it's hell. This is 2021. I mean, it's like, fortunately, oh, these are backups. I now have to find the log file. Indirect MS build project name. Yeah, which one? Can I order this through these horrible user interfaces here? Is this the search results by date modified? My project log. What is this? I'm almost afraid to try and find out because I'm going to lose my list. It's like, hang on, can I drag this over here? Yes. Ooh. Ooh, that's promising. Okay, now here's my next rant. I want, oh, there's the full path. Actually, what I might be able to do is open file location. There it is. Oh, right. Let's see if this timestamp of this file changes when I build. Oh, it does. And so, despite the best efforts to make this as hard as it possibly can, sounds like someone needs a hug. I know. Just what do I do? I mean, you know, then I can't say hello Dino anymore. Figure out. Anyway, uploaded Visual Studio C++1 to archive. It's a big heavy box, nearly 20 3/4-inch floppies. That's it. And now it's 20 gigabytes. Or something like, you know, 30,000 floppies. Yeah, I laugh at these things, but inside there's a part of me dying. Well, say technically that's true for everybody all the time, actually, but that's philosophy. We'll leave philosophy alone. Philopoli. Gosh, what a mess. There is this intermediate thing log file here, so there is a way of getting the log file. I don't know why it's called intermediate build unused. I mean, but it's there. So if I go back to my thing over here, maybe I should put in here. So this is the dollar target file. And then I also need to do dollar log file equals and unused slash my project dot log, and maybe I can take that then and pop it here. So then when I get the file, I can get the file time target file time. So that would be target file, and then I can also do log file, which will be log file. This will be so worth it. So before I try to do the build, I take the times stamps of those two files. Right. Everything is exciting now for someone else. And so if I go here and do this Unreal thing, yeah. So what I need to do is activate Visual Studio, send an F7, and then I need to wait until there is a what do I wait for? While the build is progress, does this output? I need to know now. Does this output file change while things are being output, or is it just dumped here at the end? There's no easy way of finding that out. I guess I'll try. The easiest way is just to try this and then see. So we'll see. So we're going to wait until while true. Let's see. Wend. And so in here I can just get the time stamp of the log file. And if the $T, which is the timestamp of the log file, is not equal to the log file's original timestamp, then exit loop. And so what this should do, this works, is it should attempt to compile and wait till compile's finished. I'll just hit F5 and try this out. I get error. Okay, so what's wrong? Line 15, we have a problem. Variable used without being declared. Really? Target file. Missing T. Right, let's try again. So it does that. And it failed, but I can't see whether the project finished or what was happening with the timing of it here. So I'm going to move it here and just try again. Yeah, it seems to change immediately. The log file. Oh dear. And this log file, how does it end? Oh, of course, it doesn't actually have something that pops up and says, "Hey, we finished." It only comes up with an error message. Oh, that's annoying. So that's not going to work. I've got to try and find something else I can use then. Oh, that's really annoying. What's in this Win64? My project editor. What time is it? So this one here, action history, development, date modified, dependency check, hot reload state. What's that? It really doesn't like me doing that because the hot reload state is not a text file. Of course it's not a text file. These are all files that were generated, but I don't know. Is there a file that's generated at the end of the build? Not during, not modified during the build. It would be nice if I was one. How do we tell? I kind of need a long build. I tell you what, I can do that. I can do that. Look at those files. They all disappeared. And that's because there was a cleanup. And there's a development file has appeared. Actionhistory.dat has appeared. More stuff is happening. These are the tools. It's generating the headers right now. On yet. And let's go back and take a look at this. Understand that. I'm going to rebuild all again. Rebuild solution. Okay. See, normally what I would do is have a post-build step. But since the files in Visual Studio project are generated by Unreal, I'd have to get Unreal to make build step, unless I was to inject a build step. Source file cache.bin, but I got it. This source file cache.bin is modified at the end of the build. In fact, it disappears when the build starts. I don't know if it disappears if a normal build happens. Let's see. The question is, did that timestamp change? All right, we're 2135. I bet you it doesn't, and that it only changes when you do a full build, because that would be just too. Yeah, I knew it. I can't use that. I can't use that file to tell build is finished. Build rules. Nope, there's nothing in there that will be of any help to me. Unused. Well, this does, but the thing is, the only way I can use that is I'd need to check if it hasn't changed in a while. I'd rather not go there. How about you? How about here? Oh, something happened in here. All these files. Timestamp. Oh. Oh. Timestamp. Timestamp. Who makes the timestamp file? I like the sound of that. Rebuild solution. Yeah, that disappeared because I just did a clean build again. Because I'm programming for fun, you see. So if I'm programming for fun, then I might as well make it fun by cutting out all those little things that annoy me. Look at that. That file didn't appear that time. Just didn't appear. It was... Who knows where it came from? Oh, I was in the wrong folder. Oh. Right, okay, I need to do that again. Because the problem is... DevOps. That when this gets deleted like that, the directory disappears. And as soon as it's that, I have to go in. And it says timestamp already. But unfortunately, that's not going to indicate when the build finished. Is it still building? Development, my project. How about this? In this directory, all kinds of stuff. And the last file that was built, that these are going to change all over the place. Doesn't help. Unless... .486 with 4 megabyte of RAM and 1 megabyte of video RAM. It was free. Sounds great. You could install Windows 3.1 on it and compare the speed of Windows 3.1 to Windows 10 running on a 4 megahertz multi-thread thingy. Try it. I think it's worth a laugh. I might have a really crappy way of telling if the build failed. That's all I want to know. Is the build failed? I have a way of telling if the build succeeded, but I don't have a way of telling if the build failed. Except that here, there was an error, and the error was in function library CPP. I'm left with the temp file. Have a look at what's in the temp file. Oh, header dependencies. Yes. Feels like sometimes that most of what goes on under the hood with the compiler is header files. What I'm going to try is see what happens if I get rid of this error. I'll comment out this error. I've got a deliberate error in there to check. Multi-what's-it thingy? I don't know what multi-what's-it thingy is. Guess what? I can tell if the build was successful or not by looking for a temp file in that folder. But it's not over. Because that's not going to tell me when the build finished. So actually that doesn't help that much. But interesting. What else can I hack into? Ink folder. That was no good. The timestamp gets updated during the build. Win64, my project, action history, .dat, development, at 40, dependency cache, hot reload. Now, let's just I'm going to just observe this folder a minute and see what happens. If I rebuild a solution and go into development, then I can see these files. None of those files are any good to me because they are during the build, and yeah. Ooh. The last thing that happened was 2142. This. Shared PCH engine shadow errors. And there are no errors. This is a successful build. So that should make errors again. But none of really annoying. Yes, that's right. The internet. It's really annoying. I can't see how to know if the build finished. Well, there might be another way of knowing. Oh, you could get. Yeah. Okay. Put down the mandolin. Being serious. Right. What? Let's have a look. I will not be. You know me now. I will not be defeated. I will find a way. Let's have a look at the details thing in here. While the build is rebuilding things, we can see the Unreal header tool is working hard. And then when that's finished, there is CL. Process 18928. Still 18928. And what we could do is see if the process is running. Ha! That's why I didn't think of that before. And then, so, right, my plan is I wait until that process is finished running, cl.exe, which surprised me that it stayed on the same process throughout the whole flipping thing. I thought it was going to just start processes and whatever else it was going to do, but it stayed. So when that goes away, I wait until that goes away, and once that's gone away, then I check to see if I have the output file, and if I do, it was a successful build, and if I don't, it wasn't. This leads me to ask the question, what does it all mean? No, it gets me to ask the question, how do we check for a process in AutoIt? Again, if I was doing this in Bash, it'd be easy. Function process exists. AutoIt has got so sophisticated. The name. I like AutoIt more and more. The name or process ID of the process to check. There's a process wait. Oh, this is even better. Can we do it until it doesn't exist? Name of the process to check. Process wait close. Wait. Pauses script execution until a given process decides. Isn't this beautiful? It's just so beautiful. It's like, it's just so wonderful. So words cannot describe. I'm still trying, but I cannot. Target file, I get the timestamp of the target file. I don't need the log file anymore. I hit F7 in Visual Studio and then I do a wait. But I don't even need to do the wait. That's the beautiful thing. All I need to do is this. Wait, process wait. The first part. And we're going to wait for cl.exe to appear, because that might take a little bit to appear. And then we're going to wait cl.exe to disappear. And when it's disappeared, the project is finished compiling. Let's just test this. Oh, this is such a nice thing here. Right, okay, so, and it worked. I know you saw that, but there you can see this text code thing there. I can make this bigger, actually, I'm sure. I can make it bigger. There. Probably see it, even on that little bit of the windows. Oh no, KO2, what are you telling me? Zush is what all the cool kids use now. Of course it is. Of course it is. There's always something new, isn't there? All right. What about Kush? The corn shell. Okay. Take care, John. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. It hasn't been used since the 80s. Yeah, that's right. But there's a lot of corn shell features in Bash. All right. What about Kush? The seashell. That's such a shame the seashell didn't catch on just for the name. Anyway, right, so if I run this, it runs, look, it's waiting until the compile finished. Look, we can prove this because if I go and clean the solution, you know, that's it. You must clean the solutions always before you use them. We do this. And it's just what I should have thought of that before. It's a really simple way. I mean, it's not going to work if I have more than one thing compiling at a time, but you know, this is 2021. You're not allowed to compile more than one thing at a time these days. Illegal. Look, it works. So the bit that I need to check then is when it's finished. Is rate when that finishes. And then what I need to do is check if the timestamp changed. If file get time is different from $TF, then what do? Then it was successful. If it was successful, we activate Unreal, send escape to stop it playing in case it was playing, save everything in case something was not saved, and then play. Otherwise, I could probably put an else in here. Probably execute a command. Do I have voice? Yes, I do. Well, we could try something here. We can do shell, execute. And I need to get to the file name, which is going to be c:\sigwin64/bin/voice, which is actually not a sigwin function, but I like to just put everything in the same place. Parameters. Compilation failure. And that'd be cool if that works. We'll see. Further attempts to cook with methane. And thing here. Right, so this should do the whole thing. Let's see.
Compilation failure.
Now, you see? So what I actually get now is I say, make it so.
I captain.
Processing. Oh, right. I didn't compile it. Try that again. Make it so.
I captain. Hello Dino. Compilation failure.
Yeah. And then if I get rid of the error on here, make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
All right. Now that was disappointing because it was actually compilation. Succeeded. So very close here. Very close indeed. But not quite. In order to get success, I can also actually just put here. I needed to do when activate of UE Unreal, but clearly it didn't get past this, so it must have been the same on the target file. I better just check what the timestamp is on this. Ah, well. Oh. Hmm. I'm concerned because it goes into the minutes and I really want it to go. No, I think it does go down to seconds, doesn't it? I can't remember what it printed. It probably doesn't go down to seconds. Message box, there's always a problem. $0 $TF. If I run this, what do we get? No, it goes down to the second. Okay. So if the target file is different, then it says success. Target file timestamp should change. What I'm going to do is wait till the time. All right, the time is now 21:57, and I'm going to just try building that and see what happens. Build. Ah, it didn't. No, the reason is because it didn't modify. It didn't build it, you see. What is this target file? Oh, right, yeah. Basically, it doesn't work if there's nothing to build. Mildly annoying, but one of the things that I can do with that is a trick. I can actually set the timestamp. I can modify the timestamp of that file. That will get around that problem. Okay. There. Oh, what? It's right. So help. File get time. There's also a file set time. How do we set the file time to now? Ah, if the time is blank, current time is used. How nice is that? That's pretty nice. So we get the target file. We do file set time. Well, that's a tricky one. If I set it, then that doesn't really help me. If I hit F7 and there was nothing to compile, the file doesn't change, and then it thinks compilation failure. How about if I just delete that file? Let's see what would happen. So if I go here and delete this file, and then hit play, file comes back, and it doesn't take any time to get it back. Then doing. Oh, you're starting a second instance? I don't like the look of that it started up a second instance of Unreal. There. Let's just test this again. So if I delete this file and then I hit play, hit F7, it recompiles, replaces the file. Then I can come over here and hit play. Everything is working fine. So my new strategy for this piece of DevOps, and this is why DevOps is difficult, it's so finicky. Because the providers of these tools, they never think about this most fundamental of thing, which is that the things like the programmer spends all day checking their work, and it's like, why do you have to get them to dance every time just to see result? One button should do it all. Big build button. So not set time, but I'm going to delete file delete, file delete, target file. So we delete the target file and then execute our script. So let's just see how this goes. Ta-da. That's interesting because there was no file. So, okay, I'm just going to try that again because I need to get rid of the message box, which is a debuggy thing. Right. It's still running. Let's run. And it's stuck. But what's it stuck doing now? Interesting. It's stuck. Okay. Let's try again. Control break to get out of that. I need to debug this now. So, debugging of this. I'm going to print some logs. So, console write 1. It's a real pain to do carriage returns in this. So 1, 2, 3. I'll just do that. It's all going to be in one line. But here we go. We try. Boom. 1. Oh! It's stuck on 1. The reason is because it was so fast. It never saw that cl.exe started. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have to do something slightly different here. Instead of waiting for this because it didn't see it, it's just put in a sleep. I'm going to sleep for like, well, 1 second for now. Oh, yes, half a second. Okay. Need to break out of this. Control break. There we go. And F5. Here we go.
Compilation failure.
Right, it still thinks it was a compilation failure. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay, I want to check something. Boom. If I delete that target file and I introduce an error and I try to build. There was a failure and it didn't rebuild that file. If I don't have the error and I build, I get the file. So there's an easier way of doing this, more robust than messing around with timestamps. I actually don't need the timestamps anymore. I delete the file. I don't need to get the time, although that's very useful that I know now how to do that. Probably done it before. And process wait. We wait for this to close and then we see if the file exists. If file exists, dollar target file. If it exists, then we were successful. If it doesn't exist, we failed. And I think this is pretty robust. Well, we'll find out. I'm going to execute.
Compilation failure.
Right, and that's wrong because there was a compilation success. And I think the reason for that is probably because when CL closes, there's probably some kind of delay. before that file gets written to, of course, sleep. I want to know how long it is. So let's try sleep 1 second. We'll sleep for 1 second before we check to see if the file exists.
Success.
Success. She sounds like she's got a lisp. Hey KO2. Good to see you again, David. Have a good night. Take care. Cheers. And yeah, success. I can probably reduce the time for this delay. Try half a second.
Success.
Success. Then when I go in here and I make an error, yeah, it's no good me doing it from there. I have to do it from the script. Sorry, I have to do it from here. Right.
Compilation failure.
And that is a beautiful thing. Because my AutoWhip script can know if it's safe to run that or not now. It really makes me feel good to have that. Because it annoys the hell out of me to have to do all this, waste all this effort. And it's not even... It's the distraction more than anything. There we go. Right. Let's compile that. And with that compiled, we'll run the test. Doobie-doobie-doo, be-doobie-doo. With some errors. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
That's pretty fast as well. So when I said when I said make it so, voice attack runs the AutoIt script that you just saw, which deletes that target file, then brings Visual Studio to the front, then sends F7 key press to Visual Studio, which builds, and while that's happening, it waits until the process, the compiler, is not running anymore. That cl.exe is not running anymore. Has a little delay in there, and then checks to see if the target file exists. If the target file exists, it was a successful build. If it doesn't exist, it's a failed build. And if it's successful, then what it does is it brings it brings Unreal to the front. It presses escape, sends an escape key press to ensure that Unreal is not playing in case it's been left in play in editor mode. It does a save all by doing Control-Shift-F to ensure that all files have been saved, and then does an Alt-P to play, and that's the whole chain. Now you can see how long it took for me to describe what that script did. I mean, the script took a while to get to work because it's doing quite a lot, and it's also having to do quite a lot of things that it needs to peek on the operating system, check for this file, you know, do all this stuff, figure out a way of understanding if the build is finished or not. All of that is something I have to do. Without that script, I have to do all of that every time manually. Every time I edit something, I want to try, I'm doing that manually. Everybody's doing it manually every time. And then that's the issue. You hit F7 and you break. I mean, you're executing that automatic script exactly as I said. All the pitfalls are there. You can hit compile and forget to check. You think it's all right, but in fact there was an error. And you go over to Unreal, and then you hit play, and you didn't notice that it didn't do the hot reload. And so and so now you're actually playing the previous version, and now you're going to make your decisions on what to do next on the basis of false information, because the assumption is the changes you just made it into the build that you're running. The other problem that you can get is you forget to make sure that files aren't saved. So the files are not saved, and then it crashes, because any crash that you do in C++ will crash the editor. The editor crashes, you lose that work. You have to restart the thing, and then you have to sort of redo whatever it was that you forgot that you saved, which could be, maybe there's some automatic saves that you can use. But even so, now you've got to try and figure all of that out, bring that back into line, because you forgot to save. The other one is you compile it in Visual Studio. The compilation was correct. You switch over to Unreal, it's already in play mode. Without thinking about it, you continue with it in play mode without realizing that this is not actually your new code with the changes you just made, because it can't do a hot reload until it exits the play mode. It has to exit the play mode for the hot reload to take place. And so there you are. If you're not paying attention, once again, you're in La La Land. And if there's one thing I'd go down on my knees and plead for this, for all developers of middleware, Unreal, Unity, whatever. It's like, please get some effort into single button robust workflow. Please. Because all of those problems, make a mistake, how much time is lost? What the programmer needs to do is stay in the zone for working on the programming problem that they have, not get distracted all the time by having to do these manual steps. And it wouldn't be so bad if they were just manual steps that you do and you just get into the routine. But inevitably, these manual steps also have a varying time component, especially when projects get bigger. So, it's like you hit the thing, it's compiling in Visual Studio, and you have to wait. And so then you wander off. Your mind wanders off. What are you going to do? You start look at something else, whatever. While you're distracted, it actually finished. And then you don't notice for another 30 seconds. And okay, there we are. It's like, this is madness. Computers are supposed to automate things. This is why we have them, for automation. They are automatic machines. It's what they do. Can we make sure that we have automatic workflows on computers like they're supposed to be? Thank you very much. And off. I know people could get mad because I'm very opinionated, but please, can anybody honestly say that what I've just said is in any way, shape or form unreasonable? It isn't. It is not unreasonable. If I can hack together something from pieces that I can find lying around to fashion a solution where I don't have access to any source code, I'm sure it can be done. It can't be that hard. Not really. Can't. Opinions is speech. There is a truth to that, but people get upset because we're in a world right now where if you point out a flaw in something, everybody there's a tendency for people to take it personally. It's not just that opinion speech is an opinion, because what people do is they become attached to their opinions. And speech threatens opinion. When there's a dissenting opinion or a different opinion to the opinion that you have, what does it matter? It shouldn't really matter if it's an opinion, right? It's difficult if it's malicious. That's not an opinion. It's different if it's a lie. A lie is not an opinion, and a lie is a lie. When it's just an opinion, right? Why do people get upset? It's because they become attached to their opinions. Perhaps because, they measure their self-worth by the opinions they have. It's like, don't do that. Opinion is an opinion. Your opinion is no more valid than anybody else's opinion if it's an opinion. If you've got a logical argument to present, one can say that's no longer an opinion. You can have an opinion on how important the logical argument is, but either the logical argument is true or it's false. We end up in a world now where the true and false come secondary to opinion. That's how you that's how you end up with the problems of fake media. Yeah, you see how twisted that is. I mean, fake media does exist, but not in the sense that Trump was saying. In fact, it's like it's like it almost beggars belief, doesn't it? It's because there's a lot of fake stuff that goes around, but then when the people who are putting around the fake stuff point the finger to where it doesn't belong, so it becomes a fake. Because that fake, it was a fake. There's fake news. That's what Trump was doing. He was fake news. It becomes very difficult to understand then what's fake news and what isn't fake news, doesn't it? Because, I mean, it's like you've got fake news. And of course, wonder if there's fake news. Fake news. Heavy. Hey, Tony. Thank you. I was stuck in fake news. But there we are. Well, it's the thing. Facts never stand in the way of a strongly held opinion. Anyway, there we are. Enough. So if I've offended anybody by saying that we need to really ensure that in 2021 all of our software and our build processes are able to execute tasks automatically on computers, if anyone's offended by that, I don't care. Because what I care about is how I can do, let's see if it works, that I can do this. Make it so.
Captain. Compilation failure.
Is there a compilation failure? That was, you let me down. I've got a bug to get rid of. It succeeded. Why did it say fail? That will be that delay. There's a delay in there. Oh gosh, it would have been so good if you just got that right at that moment. It would have been just cemented the whole damn thing, you know, Hal. I nearly called Hal Pal. The beginning of the end. Make it so.
Captain. Success.
That is what should have happened. And I have another bug to iron out because it didn't actually play. Part of the problem with that is Oh. Do. I think the issue must have been there's something going on with the when it says success it should win active. So what I'm going to do is just to test this out because it's probably a race condition. The problem with all this automation is you shouldn't have to do it this way. There should be what Unreal needs and Unity as well is a little standalone module, little standalone program that can send commands to the running game, the running editor, right? So that you can play and stop and do all of these things. Other things too can be done on a running build. It's the kind of thing that you can do in an afternoon. But what it would allow is for a more robust version of this. This is not robust because it's having to literally switch windows and send key presses. The timing becomes an issue when you do that. So I'm fighting that now, it seems. Let's see. Compile that. Make it so. Make it so. Hello. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
And I think it did actually switch. Yeah, it did actually switch to Unreal. So that was fine. It needed to send an escape to it, and then it hits play. So I think maybe it's just a timing thing, or I was unlucky. I don't know. To be honest, though, it's annoying when this is not 100% reliable. But even if it's 99% reliable, it saves time because that's 99 out of 100 instances where I'm not having to mess about and lose my concentration. But make it so.
I captain. Success.
So there's an issue with sending the key presses. I don't know. I'm going to actually put this in play mode. Try again. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
So this is a new thing that there's a problem sending the key presses. Wouldn't have that if we had a nice little command line tool. Someone's going to come and say, we already used one. And so then you need better documentation so that I can... file exists. It definitely activated the Unreal window. It should have sent an escape key press. And it's probably because after activating the window I might need to put in a sleep. I'm going to try another delay. Try that. Make it so. Make it so. And that this is a this is a bug with the speech recognition of Windows. It keeps doing this, and what I have to do is go up to the microphone and really yell in its ear. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
So that's really, really weird because it's not sending the key press. If I hit press escape, oh, command select none. What the hell? Oh, this is weirdness from Unreal, because I mean I hit play here, and then I can get out of play mode by pressing escape. But if I run my script, make it so.
I captain. Success.
And then I press this. Look at that. That's incredible. A lot of people try this stuff and they give up because of this type of thing. I mean, it's like, what? This is crazy. The only thing I can think is it's the way that the window was selected. I didn't have this problem before. It used to work. So I have just unselected Unreal, clicked on that window. Ah, it still does. Why? It's in this weird state. It's not playing though right now. All right, let's try again. Understand this. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
Oh, it's not playing right now. Let's try again. Or maybe it did work. Maybe I'm just having a brain seizure. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
No, right. It's still playing. Then I hit escape. Right. No, that's not my imagination, right? Then I click away, and then click back. Oh gosh. I'll go here onto the blueprint. I press escape. Can anybody explain this behavior? This is utterly crazy. Stop simulation. Escape. Ah. I don't know if there's a way around it. If I can't escape, can I do Alt P? If I stop, can I do Alt P? Now I do escape. No, this is agonizing. What did you think I said, Al? I didn't say what you thought I said. Probably turn the heater off. Heater on it. Very strange. So in order to debug that, I'm going to do win activate. This little bit here, I'm going to just debug it by itself by putting it at the top of the file, like so, and then doing exit. Then I hit F5 here. It will send that sequence to Unreal. It's playing in Unreal. Run my script. It doesn't like that. UE. Put that before. Crazy. Let's run that. Yeah, you can see the escape was sent. So that's this command, select none. So we've got this silly situation that I can't bring it out of. All right, I'm going to restart. It was working before, so I'm going to assume save. I'm going to assume that the problem is that I need to restart Unreal. That's really weird. You know. So play. I hit play. Go. I'm going to try running my script. F5. Yeah, there's a bug. I needed to restart Unreal. Behaving properly now. It successfully stopped and restarted it. Every time I run this, stop, restart. How annoying. Okay. I'll initiate Unreal restart protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used boost.
Come on. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
And there it succeeded again. So I need to also figure out, yeah, what's wrong with my script that it cannot find. Only reason I could see that this would say compilation failure is it doesn't find the target file. And the only reason why it wouldn't find the target file is I didn't wait long enough. So I tell you what. Something about that. Let's rebuild that and try again. Make it so.
I captain.
It's playing. And I'm going to test out this workflow. If I have an error in here, I make it so.
I captain.
I'm really getting annoyed because it seems like that now it didn't. Oh, right. No, I know what the problem is. My bad. My bad. So I left the debug code in. It's not going to work. Okay, all right. Try again. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
So that's good. Incidentally, this doesn't work if I hit F7. I have to run a script. So one I sometimes do is I intercept the F7 key in AutoIt so that when I hit F7 it runs this script instead of doing, which then sends F7. This actually makes the voice interface not so stupid because I got to figure out, I mean, you know, the habits die hard. F7 without thinking, and it's like, oh no, you've got to press something else instead. Let's get rid of that error. I was going to hit F7. I might need to do that because I'm whatever. Anyway, one step at a time. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
Right, I've got a feeling the problem is that there's a linking step. And so when it detects that the process is finished, sometimes it needs more time. So I'm just going to try 5 seconds and see what happens. Rebuild that. And modify and make it so.
I Captain. Success.
It's a timing issue. Now, I don't want to slow down my development cycle, but I don't really know of any more robust way of checking for the end. I can see when CL has finished. It might be that there's another process. That's worth a shot. Is there another process that's running? Another process that runs after the CL? Briefly? Will be the linker, which will be link. It's probably that CL stops and then there's a link. And if the link stage takes too long, then obviously then... Right, so I'll try it. I didn't notice this before because I wasn't doing the link test. It's very difficult to tell here. Let's sort by CPU. I am. Happens too fast. Also, it's possible that it didn't do anything. It wasn't a material change. Maybe I have to sort of first do that. And then I have to file it that, like that. How annoying. PS-W. PS-W piped into grep-i link. I'm looking for any file has the word link in it, and then do this while true tput clear while true do tput clear PSRM very rapidly showing what processes are running that have the letters LINK in them. Yeah, did you see that? There was some appeared. That would be the linker. I want to stop that a minute. If I remove the tput clear, then I get this. I've got a log, it's still doing it, but it's sort of like streaming the result out. So I can see what processes go. Green, there we are. Isn't that nice? Now what I'll try and do is another compile. See something. Right. Be able to scroll back and see what it was. Link filter. Link.exe. So I think what I can do to make my automation more robust, it seems that that was in fact issue. I'm going to wait for cl.exe to close, and then I'm going to wait for link.exe to close half a second later, and hopefully this will work better. Make it so.
Captain. Compilation failure.
Ooh. It might be there was something that was true. Everything I just said there was true, but there is another problem. From F7, I'm missing a delay here. Right. I've got to wait half a second first. I don't know why I removed that delay. That was a mistake. Because when you hit F7, it's not like it immediately it sort of powered up cl.exe. It should have started within half a second. I might need to extend that, but I think that's what that problem was. Why it came back so quickly. Make it so.
Captain. Success.
That was pretty fast. There's no wasted time there, and it was able to figure out that, but it doesn't look like it's starting up Unreal. This is very, very typical. Very, very typical for this kind of thing. Like it's because it's fragile. Yeah, did it switch to Unreal? I don't know. Blah 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 blah. It didn't seem to. I know it's on Unreal if I get this kind of light shading on the top of that bar. Right. Make it so.
Captain. Success.
It's anti-fragile. Yeah. Something gets stronger when it's hurt. Yeah. Relate to that. When it successfully went there, but for some reason it didn't hit play. It didn't send the play key. Alt P. So again, let's put an exit in there. And I'll check that I can do it manually. So it does all the steps up to the point where I should hit play. Right. Make it so.
Captain. Success.
And then what's supposed to happen is Alt P. So I've got to figure out why that key press isn't going through, and it's probably another bug. So probably what I need to do is comment out some of these things, because this might be interfering. There'll be a wait for 1/5 of a second. That's the other thing. That my 1/5 of a second might be too short. It's going to wait half a second and then send Alt P. Let's build that. Make it so.
Aye, Captain. Success.
I could have sworn I had this working, that it was sending key presses. It could be that Unreal is... No, I tested it. It did it, didn't it? It did do it. Win activate twice. Sleep 2 seconds. Some weirdness going on. Make it so.
Aye, Captain. Success.
This time it started. So one thing I've noticed is sometimes the activation doesn't work. I had this happen with Unreal before. So you try to activate the window and it kind of misbehaves. It was due to multiple windows. And I had to change. Oh. You know, I'm just going to check something because it could be... I had this before. That... And this was with Visual Studio. It was doing the same thing with Visual Studio. And sometimes it would pick out the wrong window. If I... Again, this is why this type of thing with Auto it's always fragile. Still worth it. When you get it to work, then usually it works for a good while without any problems. And then you get the benefit from it. But it's like... My project Unreal Editor, just in case it's the same issue, we can do this, space dash space. I can see that in the title it does that, which it also does in Visual Studio, right? In Visual Studio there was another window called Visual Studio that happened in certain circumstances, and then it would pick that up instead of the window that it was meant to pick up, and then the key presses would go to the wrong window. It's a theory. We'll see. I'll leave the 2 win activates in for the minute and we'll see what happens. Make it so.
Aye, Captain. Success.
That's good. I'm wondering if it could actually be the shell execute that's causing the problem, because there's a window. Let me check something, because you know that there's a window that pops up, and it's possible that when that window disappears, it's upsetting. It's another theory. It's upsetting the which window has focus. Could be the problem. Show flag. I can... Right, so here's good old... auto it to the rescue again, maybe. File parameters, working directory, verb is optional, so I actually need to put in a couple of blank commands just to get this hide in, which means it should execute the command with an invisible window, which then, if that is messing up things, shouldn't anymore. Let's build it and we'll try again. Make it so.
Aye, Captain. Success.
Okay, let's try stop here. Make it so.
Aye, Captain. Success. Hello, Dino.
And it worked. I think the problem was that the command, shell command to make it say the text to speech was throwing up a window, and that was screwing up which window was in focus, because it was happening at the same time. All right, that's my theory. Let's if I'm correct with all of that, I won't need 2 of those anymore. I really shouldn't need that sleep, but I'll probably put in 1/5 of a second. And then it should do escape, save all, and play. Right, make it so.
I captain. Success.
Right, and that was cool. It's running and it was very fast. Well, I like fast. What I should be able to do is just do that again. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
Oh, now we're there. We're there, and that this seems to work very reliably. It stopped and restarted. You watch the pause and stop up here. You can see it. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
Oh, beautiful. No wasted time. Let's try with an error here. Error. Okay. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
And it stopped. I can hear that there was a compilation failure. So I'm not going to get distracted and confused. But also, it did not restart or rerun Unreal. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
It's done. I'll get rid of the error. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
Ah, you nasty little thing, you. That was not a compilation failure, it was a compilation success. There's always one more bug. So that was interesting that I got that wrong. And I can only assume, again, it's another race condition. So let's wait half a second after it finishes the link. Maybe. All right. Make it so.
I captain. Success.
Full test. Full test of this. Make it so. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
Oh, you bastard. So it's all the difficulty now is knowing when the compilation has actually finished. This is so incredible. I'm increasing the delays in there. We'll see what happens. Make it so. Make it so. Make it so. There he's gone. That bug again. I have to yell in its ear. Hello, Hal, wake up. Make it so.
I captain.
I think my theory as to what's wrong is it's increasing the gain.
Success.
It's increasing the gain on the microphone over time. It's a bug that does that, I think. And if you yell in to it, it kind of resets it. But otherwise, it gets more and more sensitive until eventually all the noise in the room it starts interpreting as being speech. So there's never a gap. And if there's never a gap, it never recognizes. And that's my theory as to what's going on. It's nothing I can really fix. But it's like, come on, people. If it does this, and it's been doing this for a long time, people have noticed, you know, when I use the text to speech in my streaming 1.5 years ago, right? It's like, do people use this? Because if it does things like that, then it's not really usable. But anyway, let's put an error in. Make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
was a bit of a delay there, you noticed, because I've got more delays in. But make it so.
Aye, Captain. Success.
So what we have is definitely a problem with so it's a problem with the timing. I have to wait. I'm wasting 3 seconds. I know it can work faster. So let's wait close. Yeah, it's a. I have to find a compromise. So what I'm going to do is try 750 milliseconds, 3/4 of a second, and then I'm going to move on because I'm going to say that's good enough. It's a question. Maybe I'll have some inspiration of how to more robustly check when the compilation is finished. Mind you, I know when the compilation is finished. It's when it fails that it can be. I'm going to try something. Why not? While true, we'll do if process exists. Then continue loop, and in here I'll put a sleep, and we'll sleep for 100 milliseconds. If CL exists, if that exists, then we're going to definitely continue the loop. Also, if link.exe exists, then we're going to continue the loop. If the target file, if file exists, then we're going to exit the loop. So as soon as the file exists, that means that when it's a successful compilation, it's going to waste no time at all. Very little. And it's waiting for one of those things. There's still a danger that it never, the file doesn't ever exist. Dollar count equals 0. If we get to here, it means that CL doesn't exist, link doesn't exist, the file doesn't exist. We're in a potential oh dear situation. But I don't want it to quit waiting immediately, because it's also possible that CL is about to appear and link is about to appear. So what I do is I say $count equals $count plus 1. And if $count is greater than 20, so it will wait on this one, it will wait up to 22 seconds, sorry. If it's greater than 20, then exit loop. Wend. So if I got this right, I'm going to be in a loop with a sleep of 100 milliseconds, so that this does not take up all the CPU. I get rid of that, because it's a busy wait, right? If I get rid of that, then I'm going to be using 100% CPU on this. That's probably a little bit exaggerated. Turns out if you do something like this, you won't hardly notice the CPU load. So 10 times a second it checks, is cl.exe running? And if it is, it goes, well, no, that's no good. If the process exists, if link.exe exists, it does the same. If the file exists, then it immediately exits because we're done and we were successful. Otherwise, it counts how many times we've been checking. If a total of 20 milliseconds, sorry, a total of 2 seconds has elapsed of periods where there has not existed cl.exe or link.exe, and then we exit, because basically then we're saying, well, it is finished because we can't see anything. It must be finished at this point, and we don't have a target file. And I check for that file existing here again. Might as well. Robust. Okay, we'll try that. If I compile that, make it so.
I captain. Success.
That was really fast. And if I go and do put an error in, make it so.
I captain. Compilation failure.
You notice there was a delay before saying compilation failure because it's just being careful and going. So this is good because also the fact that there's a delay will attract my attention. Say, oh, looks like we've probably got an error. And I also don't have to wait. I can continue to do stuff. Like I can see there's an error. Deal with it. The one thing is that hitting F7 does not apply this workflow. If I want it to do that, I would need to grab F7. But yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that as well. Also, if I get annoyed with saying make it so all the time, then I can, and it's not hard to do. There's always one more little bit of DevOps. So if I remember rightly, what I can do is there's a hotkey set command. The key I want to set is F7, and then it will call a function, func F7, and then I need to make that function F7, which I think is func F7. I remember the syntax for this. I'm not in here all the time. And we're going to test this with the message box, I think. Message box, first of all, 0. Oh, come on. Right, now, for that hotkey, that I said it's a problem because if I set this hotkey, it mustn't exit. Yeah, it has to stay in here for that F7 to work. That's really annoying. That's a complication. We need a separate script for doing that. Or, I know what I could do. What I'm going to do is think about that because it's a little bit messy. I mean, you know, if I'm in here and I hit F7, what I really want to do is have a script that when I am in Visual Studio and I hit F7, it doesn't compile, save and compile, but it runs that same script. okay, actually I can do that. Think of it. I just need to have a different AutoIt script, which is going to be, I'm just going to call it F7 for the sake of anything. Open that up. Then we do hotkey set. I'm going to put in the same thing again. F7. So when a function key F7 is let's just call it F7. There's going to be a func F7 which is called, and then we say function F7 endfunc, and then on here we need to do while while true, sleep for 10 seconds and wend, and this will stop it exiting. Now every time that F7 is pressed, it should execute this code here, message box 0. And now if I run that, ooh, it doesn't like it. Has no matching endfunc. Let's try that. Right, so this is running and it's not exiting, but it should be capturing F7. When I hit F7, up comes that dialog box. So at this point, when that happens, I want it to do a shell execute of a file name with no parameters. Oh, come on. Those keyboards. No parameters. Where were we? Right. With no parameters, no working directory, no verb, and at hide SW break. Break, please, thank you. Oh yeah, it was SW hide, and we can hide the flipping window like so. But the function that needs to be thing that needs to be called is the Unreal Save All and Play script. That in there. Like so. So this will test. It's running. It's continuing to run. Catch the F7. When I hit F7, it should run my script. That's the make it so script.
Compilation failure.
What? What? Wait, what? What? Oh. Sorry. What happened, I think, is that when the autos I'm sorry about that. It's just good that I managed to turn it off. I think what's happening is that it's sending F7 to itself. There is another build solution. There is another way of doing a build solution, isn't there? Let's go and have a look at the tools. Customize keyboard, the easiest way around it. It's pain, isn't it? All they could have just given us the tools. Whatever. Build all. build solution. Which one was it? It's like I say build. Oh, I say build solution. Yeah, that's the one I want. I want to customize the keyboard, please. Solution. Where is the build solution? Oh, build solution. Oh, can I have right? Control Shift B, because I still like to use the shortcuts from Visual Studio 2006. Oh wait, Control. Why do they have to keep changing those all the time? So I can also send Control Shift B to do this. So if I go to Unreal, instead of sending to Visual Studio that, I can do Control Shift B, right? Control Shift B, and so then it's not going to be stuck in an infinite loop because it's not sending F7 again.
Compilation failure.
I hate DevOps. The problem there was that, you know, I'm going to keep this volume down for now. But the problem there was that I was trying to push the slider down, but the script was taking the focus away. And it was like, oh, jeez. All right. So this script, right? Let me just run this by itself and see what happens. Come on.
Compilation failure.
Yeah, because the problem is they didn't actually do the compile and then it timed out. The reason it didn't do the compile was because it didn't send F7. Right, my F7, evil F7 script isn't running right now. Okay, the problem is I had these curly braces in there. So this...
Success.
Okay, right. So that was an issue. I'm not sure exactly why it fired off that freaky thing again, but let me build this. Maybe I forgot to build it. So we build that, come back to this and run it. For the moment, everything is fine. When I hit F7...
Success.
Right, so what's a little bit annoying about this is that I've got to have this F7 trap thing around, but there may be better ways of dealing with this. This will work for now. So final test, and then I'll get on with my other stuff. So I can hit F7.
Compilation failure.
And yeah, it just worked. It is like it appeared to do the normal thing. It appeared to do a compile, but what it's actually doing is firing off my make it so script. And it worked. And if I sort of like take off the error,
Success.
look at that. And that's it. That's the Rolls-Royce. But this is important stuff because now in my workflow, I've got one button to press. I can see the result. It's clear when there are errors. It doesn't do things that it shouldn't do. You know, and I can also say make it so as well if I want. And I needed to do that step. Sorry for your ears, but I needed to do that step because I know I was going to start hitting F7 without thinking about it. Now, maybe this is a peculiarity of me, you know, and other human beings don't have this problem. They just automatically remember not to do that because they're. But I find I can't. You know, it's habit. It takes. I mean, it's like this keyboard. I'm still struggling with the fact that this is an American keyboard, and I've been using British keyboards a lot. So whenever I'm putting double quotes in, like. You know. So anyway, now we get back to the serious work. Right. What was that? So I'd set up this test because what I wanted to do was get this open, and really the point is that when I hit play here, what I should see is I'm not seeing it, so something's not working. I'm not seeing it print. So what should have happened is it should have printed this log message. I'm not seeing the log message. I'm just going to try taking away my little long jump try thing. I'm going to try actually using try catch because I was thinking it might actually work. The error message, the warning message that I got did say catch. Could be that in fact you can use try catch.
Success.
It's sort of like it's playing, but I didn't see. There's my cube. The cube has BP nugget test on it. I'm also on the event graph. Let's set. Let's put a breakpoint on. We'll put a breakpoint on there and stop and play. It's there. So then it goes, executes my. But it fails to print the log message. This is a new one. I've not seen that before. Why is it failing to print the log message? So I'm gonna just check something. If I do this and do Control-Shift-B so it doesn't initiate all my script because I just want to do it manually. Yeah, the I saw that it did the hot reload, so it is putting this stuff in. Why is that message not appearing? Hey. Wow. Incredible. Doesn't work. This looks like an Unreal bug. So what I'm going to do is restart Unreal. And unfortunately, script for that. I'll initiate Unreal restart protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
So, let's try it. Make it so.
I Captain. Hello Dino. Compilation failure.
That was not a failure. But never mind. It's because it's recompiling stuff again. So it still was that thing. Incredible. Anyway, what I can do is just run it again. Make it so.
I Captain. Success.
And it's not printing the message. Oh, and this is one of those moments when you're going, how can I do my job if I can't get a log? So ram straight into a brick wall with it then. I mean, you know, that's worrying that there's no. So what I'll do is try something. I'm looking at the event graph. We know, stop playing, we know that it did arrive there because I had the breakpoint. But what I can do is do print string, and we should see hello. So does the blueprint log work? There it is. That worked. So now I'm wondering, can you have can you have logs in C code that is executed in the event graph? Is that the problem, that you're not allowed to do that, or it doesn't work when you do that? What is it? How weird. Well, I suppose I could. Oh, but no. It should work. There's no reason it shouldn't work. What's this target self? Very odd. Hello, Kickoff 2. It's my game has arrived. My game has arrived to say hello to me. Hello, Kickoff 2. How have you been? Been a while, hasn't it? Must be coming up to your birthday soon. What would that be? You're 31. I know. Hi, Danny. How you doing? How's Ireland coping with the pandemic? Yeah, Kickoff is 31 this year. So, well, it means I was 24. I was 24 years of age. Wow. I wish I could go back in time and have a good old word with myself. Time travel episode. Why is that log not working? The function library. Butterfly effect. I'm working in Unreal at the moment. I'm doing a research project connected with Phi, but it's gone. You can see it there in the text in that window. So it's like we've got Phi dev, Phi development, Nugget window. I want to have a 3D graphics terminal for use in the Phi project. I decided to do it in Unreal because Unreal's in C++, and I have other reasons. I want to learn more about Unreal. And as part of, so I'm learning, but one of the things I want to do, which is both learning and also for the Nugget window, is networking. But then I am back to that, but I had another stint in DevOps again, as usual. I think I need to go to BP. Yeah. There's more than one test function. There's another test function. Yeah, God, there's got to be that. Because the clue that there's another test function is how this takes has a return value, and it takes a target self, which is a this pointer. Why they couldn't called it this, I don't know. But this doesn't return anything. So in fact, that's what make the assumption. It's like there's something wrong. There's something wrong. There is, obviously. Stick together, beard. Oh, what a mess. Needs a trim. So make the assumption that there's a problem with test with the thing, or that there's a Unity bug or whatever. No, it's that there is in fact more than one function called test, but for some reason isn't reported as an error. One of them's static, the other isn't. I don't know. Good thing to bear in mind. So I'll call it A. No, I don't know I don't know yet what I'm calling it. So call it A. It's a quadruple A function. Better than triple A. I mean, somebody came up with, and actually built. So that's kind of unfortunate. I'm going to have to just tweak that script again. Because why I have to restart because it's still, I need to increase the number of loops, or well, actually what I need to do is then count. I need to reset this counter. $count equals 0. Continue loop. End if. Bit of code repetition there, but frankly, continue loop. End if. A little modification of that.
Success.
Weird that suddenly it said success. Come on, alt print screen. Come on. Alt break. No, control break. Please break. Thank you. I think there's something I just forgot to do as well. So if I build this, it's now built using F7, which is why, yeah, okay. I use F7 to build here. That gets trapped as well. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. That's why I'm going to do this like that. Okay. For now. So, where was I? If we go back to the nugget thingy here, test is not what I can't. Oh, stop playing. Right, I can delete that. I can drag this out to AA. There is my AA function. That's more like it. We hit play. Have I switched from Twitch? I can't be bothered with Twitch. The user interface is pretty rubbish. It is great for sending loads of random people to my channel that don't give a damn. It doesn't really help with any visibility, and probably the biggest problem. And plus, I'm always, when I was on there, I was always looking at the stats. I couldn't care less about the stats. And probably the biggest thing of all is then I'd never have archive. It's like, because all the from the streaming that I did on Twitch, it's all gone. I've got my own copy, but it's like, when am I ever going to pull that out? So at least here, this stuff gets archived automatically, and there we are. So I'm here right now. And then I've also got the Fi channel, you know. Come on, does this work? Hooray, there it is. So there's the explanation. That whole little delay there was all caused by just, you know, having two functions called test. Well, we live and learn. I don't know where the other one is right now. So I'm able to execute code here. It was all that's that done from about like an hour and a half ago. Now we'll go back to the video. I had a video on the roll here, this one, and we can see in here for the network stuff. I'm going to ignore the player list. This is nothing to do. I want to just use the sockets. FIPv4 address. I'm going to have to type this in because it's a YouTube video. That's FIPv4. Can the autocomplete work? No. Can't scroll up. That's a YouTube video. FIPv4 address. Let's just, does that compile? See, I just F7. It says no. It's an undeclared
compilation failure.
It's an undeclared identifier. I can't find good source code for this, so I'm resorting to. Okay, I need to find the documentation on that. When I'm using, Emacs, I have a macro that I just can double click on a word and it automatically does a web search. Everything that you just saw me do just does it like that. So we're looking at this function. The header file that needs to be included is this. So this include. Okay, so like that.
Success.
Okay, that's cool. Success. Yeah, I removed that that message. I'm going to have to get rid of the clear on PIE. Do you know why? Because this drives me nuts. This is another DevOps problem. Here I am. I hit play. Oh, look, the log window. It scrolled all the way up to the top. Come on. You want it scrolled to the bottom because I want to see what the last thing that was printed was. And this happens when you clear on play. So you uncheck clear on play. Then when you hit play, it scrolls to the bottom. Problem is that you've got all the previous log, and then it's not clear where where it restarted. It drives me nuts. So actually, you know what I could do? This is actually, I'm back in DevOps, a kind of DevOps here. Is right here, it's going to print that. And what does that do? When I hit play, I can see this line here. And so I've got a sense of when, you know, a check of when the thing started again. There. But I think maybe to make it even more visually clear, I could put in some spaces as well. A kind of random pattern. Then when I hit play, look at that. That will attract my attention. Okay, and now that's good. I like that because then I can see from the moment that it executed this is what happened. Because I've also got some sort of external messages that come along.
Hello, Dino.
It always does that. Hal always says hello, Dino, when I sigh. Right. So the compilation worked, so I needed to include that header file. And now that I've done that, I can go to here, FIP v4 address parse oh, I see the interface here. So parse a string f string and it's weird that it's specifying an IP address, so I'm going to try 127.0.0.1 and oh, I don't know that syntax. That would be, what is that? That's a new thing. Hey, Canoe 2021 Canoe, how you doing? Welcome. I don't know that syntax, so I need to learn something about the latest C++, because I don't know what that brackets and on a, maybe it means, I don't know. Stack Overflow. This already has answers here. I bet you this is the best answers on this page. That's what I thought. You have access to all the variables from the... But that's for a lambda expression. I'm not seeing a lambda expression here. Oh, dear God. Oh. That is not code, that's decoration from Visual Studio. So I was going to do... It's basically, like here it says source, and basically that's Visual Studio saying this gets passed as a reference. Jolly good show. Totally unnecessary. And confusing, if you ask me. So, right. And then the FIPv4 address, no, endpoint. IP address. Oh, I'm using different naming conventions here. Endpoint IP address uint 16 cast of the number 7787. FIPv4 endpoint small p. See if that can pass. No.
Compilation failure.
FIPv4 endpoint undeclared identifier. So I need to find the header that is required for this thing. Where I could do a bit of DevOps here to do this automatic copy paste thing. Am I crunching after work? No, this is my hobby. The header file I need for this is this. This is not programming. This is maintaining a database by hand in text files. Let's see.
Success.
Okay, cool. And then we ran. You ran. Didn't actually run. Don't know why it didn't run. Little glitchy there. But anyway, I could see because of the thing, this mark here, I could immediately tell it hadn't ran. Otherwise I'm going to, so now I can see that it ran. And I wasn't expecting it not to run. So let's continue. That video's gone. Yeah. And listen socket. What was listen socket? Do we listen socket? Copy. Paste. Listen socket. Unreal. Bet you that's going to fail now. Oh, listen socket is his naming convention is it drives me nuts. I like to use the capital letter for types. So when it said listen socket, it's because it's capitalized. I was immediately thinking it was a class. Listen socket equals FTCP socket builder. Object orientation makes us express everything in nouns at all times. TCP. And the thing is, that makes it hard to do anything. As reusable. See if that can pass. Listen socket.
Compilation failure.
Well, because he defined listen socket somewhere else. Right, the return type of FTCP socket builder to do the same with this. Surely I can. Is there an option here? It'd be just a stupidly simple thing to do. Have an option here just to go and search for that on the internet. Copy. FTCP socket builder requires this include file. Look, I'm a programmer. It returns a type which is, where is it? Turns a FTP socket builder. I want the constructor. Returns an FTP socket builder. So it's something that builds sockets. Well, it's on a TCP socket builder, would suggest it's something that builds sockets. So maybe you get a return type of an FTCP socket. But of course, this is a constructor. So this is an FTCP socket builder that is being built. So this instruction is actually saying, please build an FTCP socket builder. So the listen socket, is it a listen socket or is it a listen socket builder? I don't know. That's really confusing. I suspect that what we need to do is this. We'll see.
Success.
Right. Let's go back to the, and then because this takes us all the way up to the listen. The iSocket subsystem socket. This is a wrapper around sockets that's more complicated than sockets. Weird. Much more complicated than sockets. It's still weird. iSocket subsystem I socket subsystem. A pointer to I socket subsystem called socket subsystem. I mean, this is another one, isn't it? It's like, how many times do you need to say socket subsystem? It's like, you know, what you're doing here is getting the socket subsystem. So we don't just say get socket subsystem. We say I socket subsystem pointer called socket subsystem is equal I socket subsystem get platform socket subsystem. It's and the really sad thing is that I'm going to copy this down. I socket subsystem get. I'm dying. Platform socket subsystem. I like to have small victories. I'm testing compilation after each one.
Success.
Okay, well that's good. Success. The thing is that my script right now is then doing all of the stuff right now. Like, I'm going to do Control Shift B now, I think, so that I'm just testing if these lines compile. Well, that compiled. So the next one is listen socket bind socket subsystem create internet address endpoint address value endpoint port. Okay, but listen socket bind dereference the star socket subsystem arrow. Come on, mate. I can't do that. I'm probably going to find out that there's some obscure reason why you have to do that, but that just doesn't. Just use a dot. Socket subsystem dot create. I mean, the autocomplete, is it going to help me? No. You know, IntelliSense, does it work? No. That's why I don't. Why, in the end, I think it's better to turn it off. Internet address endpoint. I'm going to end up going back. I can see what's happening here. I'm going to end up going back to Emacs. The value of Visual Studio is rapidly diminishing. Endpoint dot port. Go on, let's do 2 lines. Listen socket listen 8. See how, oh, around my script. What's the problem?
Compilation failure.
FTCP socket builder does not have an overloaded member operator. Come on. Oh no, he was right. I was wrong. That's not the same thing at all. I can't change that with a dot. Can I? Why did I think I could? Well, socket subsystem is a pointer. Yeah, no, you dereference the pointer. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong about that. It's like you do. Ah, yeah, I got that. Yeah, I'm in the wrong. I'm in the wrong. Okay.
Compilation
Didn't make any
failure.
difference. FTP socket builder. Oh, no, no, no. It was nothing to do. All right, we'll come back to that thing, which now I'm confused on. Confused myself with. Listen socket is an FTP socket builder, and it does not have an overloaded member operator. Boom. Because listen socket is actually supposed to be a point. Then how could it do that and not generate an error? That probably should be a pointer. Because I can't see the type that it
Compilation failure.
cannot convert from socket builder to I don't understand how this code could work. It doesn't seem to file on. I mean, this is returning a listen socket because it kind of a bit weird. But we're not doing new, right? So therefore, FTCP socket builder is on the stack. It's been copied to listen socket that's also on the stack. Well, anyway, whatever. It's on the stack. And so when I try and do listen socket bind, he's using a reference, an arrow, which would suggest that listen socket is a pointer. Which is it? I'm not sure. I need to see what the definition of. But I think what I'll do is this video is really. I'm going to need to find another source. So what I'm going to do is put example. So, yeah, real documentation never has. It never has sample code. Hot examples. Privacy and transparency. Things to click on. Let's click on things. Continue with recommended cookies. Yeah, sure, why not? Kind of an example is this? That's not an example. It's a thesis. The adventure. Believe me, I've had a lot of adventure. It's like, it's basically it's overrated. Adventure is overrated. Oh my God, look at this. This isn't. Oh, it's a number of little examples. It doesn't have any information about what these examples are supposed to do. That's just like a headache. Go away. Here's some sample code. Let me see if I can solve the mystery of FTP socket build. FTCP socket builder. See, here it is. It's an F socket. To do, need to release this socket. Oh, that's a nice one. And it's only a little tiny little point. No wonder nothing ever works. It's like, to do. Need to clean up after myself. This had an as reusable, which was, oh, right, okay. So FTCP socket builder here is returning an F socket. So this must be a static function, and it isn't a constructor. And it should be an F socket. That actually makes sense. F socket with an S. This becomes the listen socket equals as reusable. Wrong. This returns a pointer to a listen socket, so then that will work. So let's try that. I'll have to go back to that video again. Maybe that helps me. Oh, what's wrong now?
Compilation failure.
Yeah, I know. Endpoint needs to be lowercase e. Oh, this is a wrap. So, okay. I think that will compile. No. Endpoint undeclared.
Compilation failure.
Endpoint yes. I haven't followed my own naming convention. Try this again.
Success.
I got rid of most of the adventure, Mike, and replaced it with add adventure. It's terrible. That's what goes on in my mind all the time. That kind of, it's like, geez. So that worked. Okay, let's go back to the video then. I'm trying to cling on to this guy's thing because in theory what he's done works. This function I have copied, and what it should do is create a listening socket. I'll be curious to see what happens when I try running this. So let's try running it. It is running. Now try running it again. Didn't seem to get any error. It would be really nice if it was listening on port. Would it, in theory, it could be. Could be actually listening right now on port 7787? How can we tell? Well, we go to use netcat. No, I haven't got it. Netcat NC2. Where are you? I don't seem to have it. That's disappointing. So now I have to do a little bit of IT DevOps. I need it. Well, we go to Sigwin. Sigwin install Telnet. The Telnet doesn't exist anymore. There is no Telnet. It was insecure. It's really, it was a shame because it's insecure. We'll get rid of it, but it's actually for debugging. Sometimes you just want to just not have to bother with all that other stuff. It's like, no. But no. That's what they did with Unity. With IL2CPP, they forced you to use IL2CPP on platforms that then you have no file and line number debugging information. It's like, can I just build it, please, the other way, please? I can just find out why this doesn't work. Problem I've got, get file and line information. No, I don't care that it's going to work slowly. Not right now. Please, can I have... No. The way I get around that I use one of the reasons why I like to use Emacs is that I put in a macro that would insert a print log with the file and line of where I was inserting it, so that I would get some information about location from log messages, because you couldn't get that off a device at all on Unity with everything translated to C++. I mean, surely it's got to have been possible to have added some kind of reflection debugging stuff. So you get an exception, and you could see what functions were called, but you couldn't see what file or line the calls were at. And so you have to start looking at this. You have to do forensics to figure out where it actually broke. Moan. And yes, I moan a lot. I moan a lot, exactly. Let's do, I'm looking for netcat. NC. Surely there's netcat. And then I have to find this in the middle of all this. NC. A simple but powerful network tool. A very useful, very powerful. And we shall install it. I don't want to do an update though. Ending. Keep. I don't want to do any upgrades. All right. It's upgrading everything. I don't want it to up with. Oh man. Oh, that's why I still have the search field in. Pending. Here's right. Keep. Select all past. Best. Keep. Okay. Right. So if I say that, then it means I'm not upgrading anymore. If I go, need to just add NC. I don't want to upgrade because then I will might have to restart the stuff. NC. Right. Let's install NC. Should be better. Much better. Just install Netcat. The web server model? How do you mean? Yeah, it's true. Unfortunately Sigwin doesn't have that. But there are no options at the moment anyway. I mean, I could be running under Linux, but to be honest, if I was using Linux, I wouldn't be able to do anything. So. The web server can come back, but right now I just want to basically have the application listening on a socket. You know. I mean, this is something I've done many times. It's pretty trivial to do, but in this case, I'm learning to do it in Unreal with the Unreal API. And then you don't know what the behavior. I mean, it's like there could be some tick function that needs to execute some initialization I haven't done. I mean, you know, it's like whatever. You never know. But I should have Netcat now. And so this, I don't anticipate this working. There's Netcat. So what I should be able to do is destination 127.001, which is always the local host, and the port 7767, I think, wasn't it? 7787. That's interesting. It's timed out. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I think if I go and run this, and it's going to do the same thing. Yeah, okay. Doesn't mean a thing. It's not connecting. I mean, if I try a different port, it just does the same thing. So I really don't know at this point. How am I going to debug this? Because it's possible this will return an error message. Possible these commands return find. Yeah. All right. I need to look at the documentation on each one of these. Possible that it crashed. No, it's not. I'd have to do my special assert. If it crashes, it crashes. Platform socket subsystem get blah blah blah. Let's just put some asserts in here. It's probably a good idea. So I can put my special assert listen socket Problem is, I don't. My special assert doesn't yet do line and file and line number information. So that I can see it. So I will see that one. Then I could put another one in here. This is 2, and we're checking for. I would actually see socket subsystem, to be honest. I want it. Right. Now, listens bind. The bind function. Need the documentation on the bind function. I can sort of do bind Unreal documentation. There's so much definition of bind. There's so many kinds of binding that fsocket bind binds a socket. Wonderful. Fsocket bind. This is such a great documentation. Fsocket bind binds a socket to a network byte ordered address. So yeah, basically what you're saying is socket binds a socket. It returns a bool. True if successful. Okay, so what we will do is bool r equals that. And in 3 r, that's fine. And then let's have a look at the listen. Do we have shortcuts to other related functions? No. I can pull that out. Do I see where I am here, over here? No. Is that going to help me find the related topic? No. Because can I go to the parent sort of class that this is in? Is there an easy way to get to fsocket? Socket. Well, I could try. Let's go to sockets. Okay. Right, because he just puts an F in front of everything, so that makes sense. And from fsocket, but this is not. This is, yeah, fsocket. I want to do the listen. I find listen. There it is. Listen. Returns it, right, true or false as well. So what I can do is put another one in there. Do 4. And at least I will see if there was a problem. Theoretically. Using my soft assert. I don't think I'm even calling the function. I think with all of that stuff, I forgot to call it. Didn't I? I'm not calling a anywhere. Okay, well that's fine. It probably saved me a few crashes. Just, you know, that's what I should do is put a print here. I don't have a print macro. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just make one now, because after all I have a log. So I'm just going to do a thing here. Hash define log. Oh, something will have used that already. DD log. Nog. Now that's the nugget log. There we are. How's that? Nog. Can't really argue with that, can you? Probably can. What I'm going to do is right, put this as a wrapper around that. So I now have, I can just say nog. Better check to see if that in the, because you never know these days. There's something, you've got to have your finger on the pulse of the vernacular, because it could be that, pardon me, it could be that it's a bad word. Probably going to regret this. Oh, it's a small block or peg of wood. And it might mean other things as well, like a strong ale formerly brewed in Norfolk. But it seems that it's not dangerous. So there we are. It's always a good idea to check that. Be accused of things. As one gets older, it's increasingly difficult to keep tabs on some of the vernacular that goes around.
Compilation failure.
Compilation failure. Log. Yeah, that's right, because it's not log, it's nog.
Success.
Right. So success, but I still haven't actually called the function. There it is. We're going to save everything. I'm expecting a crash here. I mean, I'd be really surprised if it doesn't crash. Here we go. And crash. That's doing a really good impression of not crashing. Obviously. What's this? Yeah, that was my message. I'm shocked. Yeah, that printed that. I'm utterly shocked. It did not. I don't believe it. I need to print another message. It's impossible. I mean, come on. Who are you trying to kid?
Success.
There it is. 1 and 2. It doesn't crash. It does not crash. It also does not work. Oh, oh, oh! Because I wasn't calling it before. That's why it was time. Oh, this is actually a major step forward. I am shocked and impressed, because this is not returning, which actually means it did make a connection, which means that the Unreal editor started listening on 7787, and I'm connecting to it now. I can try and send it stuff, but it's not listening to it. Now this allows me also to test a certain thing, which is I exit this and then I try to connect again. Like, does it fail? Oh look, it doesn't fail. Next test is I hit stop up here, and does it successfully deregister that listening socket? Or when I hit play, will that code fail because that socket's already been taken, or something's already listening on it? Take your bets. It's worked. Okay, that's really nice. That's really nice indeed. They seem to just take care of that. It's impressive. Yeah, I don't just moan. Nice things. And next test. But when I do that, is it listening? Okay, that's stable. It is listening. And am I fooling myself because something else was listening and had absolutely nothing to do with what I've just been coding here, right? So that test is stop the editor Ah, that's not foolproof because it could still be listening on the socket. Even about check your assumptions. We'll see. Aha. It's listening on the socket still, even though I'm not playing. I'm going to have to shut down Unreal. I'm going to have to shut down Unreal. I guess. Yeah, there is a way to stop it listening. Let's recompile the code. So let's just see what happens if I do that.
Success.
Okay, but then it automatically ran it because I used my... Okay. What we need to do is recompile the code, but not restart Unreal. I got to switch over to Unreal, stop. Should do a hot reload, which it did. But because I recompiled the code, it must have reset that, and we really shouldn't have any listening going on it. So this should return after a short pause. And it doesn't. That's worrying. So it doesn't. It doesn't really take care of it, except that it seemed to allow me to bind to the socket twice. Beginning to get suspicious. In fact, I'm beginning to think this is all nonsense. I have to shut down Unreal. So I'm going to actually shut down Visual Studio as well. And shut down Unreal. Because I can't believe it until I see a situation where, you know, it doesn't work. So my prediction is here, because... not being a pessimist, but this would normally be the way this goes, is this will mysteriously still seem to be listening on the socket, and it will just hang instead of returning. Drum roll. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Okay, all right. Still a bit confusing. It might be in the documentation about the bind function. I tried to go back. I did. I tried to go back here. Take me back to... oh, maybe I'm in the wrong... I have another one. Yes, it was this one. Okay. Because I want to go back to a previous... this is not bind, is it? Listen. It will fail on the bind. Usually. Oh, snap. Went wrong. Where's the bind? There's no documentation. This is not documentation. This is... what I want to know is reasons it can fail. Why doesn't it fail? I try to do it again. Because it's on another run. Is there a weird thing that happens that it actually checks for any open sockets when you hit play, and then it closes them ready for... want to try and use them again? I think the test would be to make the call twice. Okay, yeah, I can do that to verify. Okay. I'll initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. Al, initiate Unreal restart protocol. Al is got to wake it up. Wakey, wakey! Right. Al, initiate Unreal restart protocol. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Are you upset with me, Hal? Maybe I should just sigh. Hello.
Hello, Dino.
Fell asleep again. Hal, initiate Unreal restart protocol. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. It's really weird when it gets this way. The shouting into the... flicking its ears. Shouting into the microphone worked before. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, initiate Unreal restart protocol. I really want to know why this doesn't work properly. Hal, initiate Unreal restart protocol. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Just use boost.
Boost, boost, boost.
Hal, initiate Unreal restart protocol. Hal, initiate Unreal restart protocol. You have to do everything yourself these days. It's really, you can't find the help.
Compilation failure.
Yeah, click the wrong one. Oh no. No. No, no, no. No. I need minions. Don't ever say yes to that. I've said yes to that and then never been able to open the project again. I need minions, not opinions. I should be that. I should be in advertising. Should be instead of an advertisement. I was going to try something important and now I've forgotten what it was. Oh yes. Let's just make sure that things work first of all. Okay. So that does. And then let's open up the blueprints. And then let's duplicate this, copy paste this. All right. This should, by all rights, this should generate an error because I'm going to be reserving that port and try to reserve it again. One of those things should fail. It's all about trying to make what happens make sense. Not expected behavior. I do have evidence that...
I captain.
What?
Success.
Success. Whatever. I was... Never mind. You need to settle down, Hal. It is connecting, as you can see. It is connecting. But I'm disturbed by the fact that I could call it twice. If socket bind. Arrest, yeah. F-socket bind seems to allow multiple binds on same address. Unreal. Right. There's actually a way that I can force that error, come to think of it. And what I do is get NC, listen. Okay, I was going to make a joke about listening, but I won't. Listen. Burn NC. Dash L, it wasn't an option shown here. Anyway, listen. Address already in use. So you see, NC is unequivocal. I can't listen on 7787 because there's something out there that's already listening. It's entirely possible that it's just made to ignore that issue. I'm gonna have to close you down. Closed down, it's now able to listen. Now that I have to restart, see if Hal can do it this time. Hal, initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. Oh. Hello, Hal. That was recognised but rejected with a confidence level of 61 out of 70. Hal, initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used boost.
I obviously just didn't shout loudly enough in its ear to wake it up. So, with Netcat, I am now listening on this port very happily. And when I hit play, it's going to try and bounce.
Compilation failure.
It succeeded. You're doing really badly, Al. Very, very naughty AI. When I hit play, it's going to try bind, and it should fail. Indeed, it did. So I think that it's just made it because that's a really annoying error when it happens. It's probably in the source code just says, well, just ignore it, or unbind the current one and bind it again. Well, I don't know, because it will generate that error. That's line number 3 here is this one. I was unable to bind because Netcat had taken it. So in that case, what we need to do, well, I can quit there, and when I hit play now, it should not fail, which it didn't, but mysteriously was able to bind twice, or seemingly able to bind twice. This is really bad, disturbing, but I'm satisfied that this is basically working. And the next bit after that will be to, this is progress. I'm not entirely sure that it opened Visual Studio from within. The next thing to do on the listen, it doesn't, although it listens, it's not blocking, which is also very nice. If it did block, and everything would lock up. So it's actually going to be quite easy, I think, to get this to work. The soft assert worked there, didn't it? Able to have an assert that didn't crash Unity. Unreal, I should say. So starting to get a return on my investment in these various things. If we go back to the video, so that video, it's a bit painful, but it is taking me there slowly. That was an example of listening, but now I need to, I can probably do this by looking at the API. I can probably do it through the listen socket. The listen socket. Okay, I've got all these functions here. Close, connect, get address, description, port, get port number, get protocol, get socket type, has pending connection. Oh, this is going to be really nice. I think this is, from this point, it should start getting easier. I'm going to start building up my little library for working in blueprints. So all we'll do is we'll create a listen socket listen function. This is going to take f string IP address int port, and it just says listen on this, please. I use noise cancelling headphones. Yeah, sometimes. I don't really use them as much these days. I've got these things are very old. These are actually a really old pair of Sony, 20 years old, I think. Sony wireless headphones. They came with a little thing. I've still got it. You can put this on, rechargeable batteries. Of course, compared to today's Bluetooth technology, these are brilliant because it's a radio signal. So in order to sort of avoid the problem of getting tangled up in my headphones, this is a slightly different conversation, but I bought one of those remote transmitter thingies.
Aye, right. Captain.
It's it basically wireless headphones.
Compilation failure.
I bought that a while ago, and so those wireless headphones would connect to this, and then I can walk around the room and not get tangled up while I'm working on music. I really like that. But the funny thing is, when I got those like before all the stuff moved over from the Netherlands. It happened at the beginning of the year, just before the lockdown. Still, it's amazingly how lucky we were that Karina moved away from the Netherlands just not long at all before the lockdown happened. And if she'd stayed another 3 months, I don't know, that would have been grim. But yeah, so moving the stuff over, I was going, it'd be nice to use these, because although I've got, you know, this thing, it's like it's nice to have another pair. So got them out, and I thought, oh right, well I found this thing and the stand for them and so on, and then I just tried something out. I put them on, try it on, and I found they were tuning into something, and it turns out that they work on the same frequency as the radio headphone transmitter. So it's actually, they're compatible. I was using this on the stream the other day. No wires. But why? What's special about it? There's no fracking lag. No lag at all. That's why I keep looking up there. But there's no lag. These are not like Bluetooth wireless headphones that have a delay of half a second. It's absolutely useless for music. Absolutely useless for music. One reason why I'm very annoyed with Apple, for example, no reason to get an iPhone whatsoever, because one of the things that I would use, phone or my iPad for doing music. I'm traveling on a flight. One of the things I do to pass the time on a flight or on a journey is I get GarageBand out on my iPad, and can't use Bluetooth headphones, because then it's like you're suddenly playing a musical instrument that's located 30 meters away from you. So when you play, sound arrives after. But yeah, these not necessarily great quality, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, they were common. Funny thing is that they're expensive now but they're really easy to make. In fact, that made me think I should really make my own, because I have setting up my workbench there with tools. Got a desolder gun, because I'm trying to restore the Acorn Atom that I got off eBay that worked but had a broken digit. There's a bit annoyed about it, because I went and I bought it off eBay. It was actually one that was featured. The photograph of this very one was featured in the Wikipedia page for the Acorn System 1, and it came with a broken digit. And I've been wanting to get an Acorn System 1 for a long time, and they're very rare, very difficult to find. And they didn't say anything about that. So I was able to source a new stock identical model of that display that they had. And the keyboard was also not working too well, so basically that is completely in pieces at the moment, waiting stored. I'm really looking forward to programming thing. You want to see it? But I'm just sort of setting up for this kind of thing. This, where's the camera? There, sorry. This is the top board of Acorn System 1, which is the first computer that I ever owned. But not this particular one. And I had to desolder here, and I'm having a bit of trouble with the tracks. I think this is very old. This is 40 years old. And was originally a kit. So the solder joints on this are not very good. I mean, they're okay, but you know, this would have been, you'd have bought this as a kit and built it yourself. So somebody built this. But you know, if there's a little bit of damage on the tracks here, they'll never be seen. It'll be fine. And I have the display. But this part here, this is where the keyboard goes, and the way that the keyboard was made was really cheap. If you can see, you've got those little pads, and on top of them are like three pronged little domes. When you push them, it basically pushes them against the contacts on the. And in order to construct that, I've got to place all of them in the right place, and then take a piece of sticky plastic. And I've got to figure out how to do this, because I had to take off the old one because it was perishing. So I've got to get them all down and lay this thing over the top and have them all in exactly the right place. Then over the top of this comes a I can't really show you, but there's basically a little kind of frame, and then the plastic buttons go down and push these little domes onto that. So that's going to be interesting. But I've got all residue on here. I've got to clean this off, and I need to. I was experimenting with how to clean that off. Actually, I did clean off some of it, but I wanted to take off the solder mask. So that's the upper board, display along there, and keyboard here. Then the lower board, which is actually the mic. So this is the PCB with this connector. I want this cable. I'd love to find. It's difficult but this cable. I don't know if you can get it anymore, but it really needs to be replaced, I think. But this lower board here is basically a microcontroller. So everybody who uses things like, you know, Arduino, small programmable one chip microprocessors, this is effectively the same thing, but it's not one chip. It was a bunch of chips. Got two PIAs, which are peripheral interface adapters, one on this side, one on that side, and what they would do is they basically be the I/O ports, right? So that's just the same as you get with those with microcontrollers now. Nothing's really changed that much in a way, and this, as a microcontroller, has a lot of ports. These are 40-pin ICs here and here, and that gives quite a lot of ports. This one is the CPU, which was 6502 40-pin chip. I have them; they're all over there. So that's that. These are TTL type chips, 7.4 series, for just control logic. Then you've got the RAM, which is these. What's the number of the four? Say 4104, but I don't. I can't remember. I can't remember the number of these, but these chips back 40 years ago, they are one kilo. No, together you get 1K. So in fact, it's 4 bits by 1024 on 2 chips. And the Acorn Atom, which was the second computer that I got, and I have one of those as well. I want to make a collection of all the computers I've ever programmed eventually. But the Acorn Atom used these chips as well. It could be expanded to 6K, but this only had 1K, so it was 1K of RAM. And then the next one along, which is this one, is the ROM, and that had the operating system. Because the operating system to run the keyboard and display, that was in there. And then that one I can't remember. It's an EEPROM socket. This was for the jumpers, for just configuring where things were in the address space. You've got a few capacitors. These are nice ceramic capacitors. They won't need any replacing, I don't think. They are, just to stop noise on the power lines of the chips. We've got a 1 megahertz crystal. Look at the size of computers these days. The crystals are tiny little things, but the lower the frequency of the crystal, the bigger the crystal needs to be. That's a 1 megahertz crystal. Over here you've got the classic 7505. 7805, sorry, which is a 5-volt voltage regulator. That's right, 7805. So it would accept. You didn't have to send precise 5 volts in. You could send a bit higher voltage in there, and the voltage regulator would regulate it 5 volts for the board. And then that goes like this, and then this goes over the top. You end up with a little sandwich like that. And as you can see on this one, it's got this connector over here, which is very nice. So the PI, the peripheral interface adapter on here, this side, would drive the display and the keyboard, and this side would be able to control stuff. And back in 1980, that's around the time before 1979, be the time this originally came out, more than 40 years ago. This was a big deal because there had been other small computers, right? But this one was actually good for industrial use. I mean, you could take this together, program in 6502 assembly code. There were you didn't use an assembler, right? I call assembly code just machine code. You would actually program the opcodes directly. And with the keyboard, there was a lovely design. Yes, yeah, absolutely, I did. I think I was 13, so it's actually 42 years ago. I count my 40 years of experience from the time that I sold my first game. That's 1980, so I can say 40 years, but I actually started bits before that. So I had one of these when I was 13. I remember one of the projects I did on it was to make it play tunes. And because there's very little memory, what it would do is it was encoding the notes in a special code, and there was also stuff in there for doing repeats and so on. And yeah, I made this thing play tunes. But the big deal about it is this is a fully functioning peripheral interface that you could use for any kind of automation. And so you would find these in labs. Loads of people using them. But very difficult to find now. I mean, they were not like mass market home computer thing. And in fact, the program Blake 7, which was around the same era as absolute classic, very low budget but wonderful sci-fi, which still has meaningful things to say today. But it's in the last series where they had to get rid of their big set and they moved to a smaller set. There was this computer called Slave, and it was basically represented as two domes, one above and one below, like this, that span around. And in the middle of it, it was one of these. It was actually controlling the set model, and instead of hiding it, they just put it there, and it actually looked really, really cool, especially for the time. But I remember Avila was one of the characters on it. Is seen in one episode actually starting this up, and you can see him go and press. You actually see the exact commands to start it up. You hit the reset button first to reset the microprocessor, and then you go and you press this. I think it was this one here. You press it twice, so it's the go. The first time you press it, you see the address it's going to go to, and then you press it again. It goes and does that, and the moment he did that, the thing started spinning. I remember looking at that and said, I know that. Yeah, they were good memories. And yeah, you were asking about storage. Storage on this section. Because you say, well, the keyboard and the display literally don't need any electronics, which is quite interesting. They just connect directly to the PIA. Yeah, there's a bit of a mystery about where that's odd. Where are the resistors? There's a bit of voodoo there. Yeah, because normally you need to have on this display. Oh, wait a minute. They must have had a. Okay, so I beg your pardon. I didn't tell an entire truth. This one up here should have contained a resistor network, as in a chip. And looking at the traces, that looks correct. It's basically, and it looks like an integrated circuit, but what it is, probably with 8 pins and 8 pins. That's correct. Yes, that's exactly what you would need. So you've got 16 pins in all, 8 on one side, 8 on the other, and then they've got 8 resistors. So basically, it's 8 resistors in one package, and you need to have that, otherwise the LEDs will glow. But you can see the traces on the back where it goes from the LED strip. The other sockets, 1, 2, 3, 4, the other 7 sockets here, which always seem to me a bit excessive, maybe even slightly over-engineered. But what they are is they eventually they connect obviously to this side. But then the other end is this, and this little tiny connector here is designed to connect to a cassette deck. So what you would have is a 300 baud interface, 300 bits per second. Called that on tape. That's how I did my projects, none of which survive. I did find a tape of a lot of Acorn projects, a backup tape on my Acorn Atom, and it was in a wood sort of wood covered area for wood in the Apuan Alps where my parents live. It had been lying in the dirt, exposed to the elements for at least, it's got to have been out there for 20 years. I found this tape, and it's like it's the only remnant of some of my very earliest games that were actual video games on a computer that had a video screen. This didn't. So I did at one time actually build a screen, but that's another story. It was there, and it's like, oh my god, I remembered this. So I took the tape, and I've managed to extract a number. You can copy it over onto a PC, and although it was damaged, I have managed to recover a lot of these original listings. That's another. That's been on. I did this a few years ago. There we go. And it's a wonderful thing. So I'm hoping I can do a good job restoring it. I'm actually curious as to what I could do with it. I mean, you'd be surprised. The Acorn Atom basically had the same power as this. It had the same. Yeah, when you I mean, it was nearly. It's a long time. That tape would be 35. 40, but it's around 40 years old and still managed to get the stuff off. But so the Acorn Atom had the same power. It was just like 1K 6502, but it had 6K of RAM. I managed to make that do voice recognition. People don't believe me when I say that, but I was able to make my Acorn Atom recognize up, down, left, right, and back to basic. And I had a game that ran by voice. This is like over 40 years ago. So I've always thought it's like good to get this stuff and actually see something, which is that how far can you push the old hardware? If you really have a mind to it, what could you do? And I think it's quite shocking how much you can actually do with the old stuff. But anyway, there we go. Enough of that. So it'd be really nice if I. Hey, you're welcome, Mike. It'd be really nice to get. I mean, I need a bigger space. But anyway, we were going to move. But it'd be nice to have my computers out, and then I could, actually program with them. It's like I'd love to try programming on the Hewlett Packard 9825. That was the first computer I ever wrote programs for. It had. It's just, I think about these things and it's like, oh my god. The Hewlett Packard 9825. I think I was 12. Around 12. And my father let me use it. So I go into his lab. I can remember what it smelt like in the in the lab. You know, he showed me this computer. He turns on this computer, and it had this one-line display. It's a display about this long. I think it was 32 character display, if I remember rightly. 7x5 dot matrix LED display. Look, in late 70s, right? This is a big deal. It was so cool. And even now, when you look at these, cool in a way that other displays aren't. But that's always the way with these retro things. But I cannot describe just how mesmerizing this display. It was just, that was my introduction. That dot matrix display with the kind of a line and a dash that was like the prompt. You would type in, and you wrote your programs only able to see one line at a time because there was no screen. You could get it to print the thing out, and it's wonderful. So one thing I did with that, a while later, I kind of did a little sort of internship while I was at school, and that project involved an Acorn System 1 my father wanted to use to control an oven. And so he gave, there was this specification of how this should work. And it needed to basically, over a period of time, cycle the temperature of the oven. So it had one output that connected to the whatever the switch of the heating element in the oven, and it had another thing that was for reading the temperature. To be honest, I can't even remember how that worked. But if it was some other instrument that was connected, I can't remember how we did that, to be honest. But the thing is, we wrote a computer program in 6502 assembler on paper. I entered it in on the 9825, right? We wrote some code on the 9825 in its own native language to burn an EEPROM, and we're able to transfer the program onto the EEPROM that was placed on the EEPROM slot on the Acorn System 1. And it worked. This was the thing. It worked. The actual damn thing worked, and he used it to cycle his oven. I was quite proud of that. Oh man. Anyway, that's and now here I am. And it's not really that different. The technology is fancier and faster and slower and and bloated, and you do so much with it. And I'm always just trying to figure out how to make one button do everything in automated manner. No, but the actual core of the whole business is not really any different. Not really. I mean, if you think about it, in order to create an oven cycler that works on an Acorn System 1 written in machine code, where you have to sort of build your own tools for burning the EEPROM that you put in there, and all of this, it's just the same as trying to ship anything. Risk management as well. That was my first time that I worked on a project where I had a deadline, because we had to finish it that day, because I wasn't going to get let in again. or that week. Actually, it wasn't a day. I was there for a week. We had to get it finished by the end of the week, and we did. I think it was really good training. But anyway, there we are. That's good talking about that. Makes me feel good. Remembering that. Anyway, meanwhile, back from La La Land, or was it Good Memory Land? I'm going to go. I'm going to go and change this. Go to bed soon, but I want a little more. Socket listen. And we just take the port and that means that, well, if I build that, so cool.
Compilation failure.
What don't you like now? Yeah, I've still got a problem with the timing. It didn't fail.
Success.
One or more blueprints have what? Yes, because this doesn't exist anymore. And what we can do here is to socket listen, and I can say listen on port, say 7777. Right, look at the code. Go back to the code here. Copy the port and. What are you doing? Oh, I hit the wrong thing. You know what I did is I hit F5, and so it's starting up a second instance of Unreal. Interesting. Using the wrong button. So with port, and always on the local host right now for now. So what this means, this will do is listen. It says listen on port 7777. Let's see if that works.
Success.
And I'm not sure that it actually called my socket listen. Oh no, I removed any of the things on there. So it probably actually is listening. If I run. Probably is actually listening right now. Let's try. Yeah, address already in use, and then 7777. There we go, and that's fantastic. Now, I think if I can do one thing, I'll be happy to go to bed, and hopefully it's not going to take very long to do at all, because what I want to check is if I'm able to wait until a connection comes in. So, well, in order to do that, I need to have my socket somewhere that is persistent between function calls. So this will mean I can only support one socket listen at a time right now, but that's fine. It's not going to be hard to modify that later, but it's a quick way get something testable, and that's always the way I like to work, is just to do something. It comes all the way back to the experiences, you know, with the early hardware. It was always a case of getting into a tight cycle of testing and verification. I've never lost that. I've always done this way, and I find it's the best way. So, rather than worry about architecture and the fact I can only have one of these, it's like I'm figuring out the API and testing the API and making sure it works. But by putting this here, by putting this here, maybe it's better to put this kind of a file global. Pop it up there. I'll put static. Doing C-style programming with that, right? It's because static. This is not available in any code anywhere other than this file, and I don't need to worry about it conflicting with anything. But this will be remembered between calls, which means I can set up another call, which I'm going to try to do now. UBP function library autocomplete. What's the point of autocomplete if you have to wait for it? Socket. Now, I'm not going to do a wait because I need to do it's like a delay, but what I can do is socket pending connection, and this will return a bool. This needs to return true if there is a pending connection, but this should be quite simple because I just need to get my listen socket and has pending connection, and I just return that. If I can then take this and go to the header file, I can, like so, blueprint problem noteboard, pending socket connection, like so, except really bugs the hell out of me the fact that I can't use the same syntax for the header as for the, I have to take it off. Anyway, that's subject for another rant. But anyway, there we are. That's pending socket pending connection. If I compile that, this could just work, and if it does, that would be great.
Failure.
No, it is not. It's just there's a long thing going on. It is a combination failure as well. Fsocket function does not take as pending connect. What is the? Come on. Right, Control J. Control K. Ah, man. When you need it, it doesn't appear. Has pending connection. Tell you what, I could just peak definition as bool. That's a bit ugly, but okay. What I have to do is take a bool, which is the result, or I don't know. Bool R. Bool S equals don't have that way anymore. Right. Down there, and so and R if not S. No, I'll put an assert. Assert can't check connection S, but this needs to work if I put this in my try. Like that, and we return R. Bit awkward really, but anyway, that's a function that should return is a bool, says whether the socket, I've only got one socket at the moment, whether that has a pending connection on, and socket pending connection, and that looks good. Let's try and oh, what's wrong?
Compilation failure.
Cannot convert argument 1 from bool star to bool. Seriously? yeah. Sorry, I need to pass it in like that.
Compilation failure.
Not all control paths return a value. That is true. If there's been an exception, it will return false.
Success.
Okay, cool. So we're listening on the socket. I'm just going to try setting up a little test here where after listening on the socket, put a delay. Delay of 0.2 is fine, actually, 1/5 of a second. And then the output of this, I'm going to use my new function, I hope. Socket, listen, socket, wait a minute, I don't see it. Didn't make it for some reason. Socket pending connection, bool, UBP function library. In the header file. It needs to be static. Okay, let's try this again.
Compilation failure.
No, it hasn't. Running the what I need to do is make it's because it was running the header tool, so I need to also check to see if the header tool is running. That's the one. Okay. Let's try this again.
Success.
So at this point, that delay running thing. There we go. I should be able to do socket pending connection. There it is now. And then from here we go to a branch, and if it's false, we go back to the delay. Otherwise, if it is true, we print success. And this test will work if it will be working if upon socket listen, after the socket listen, it's going to check for a connection that's coming in, and while there isn't one, it's doing this delay and then trying again, and then when it finally finds a connection, it should print this. And this part, I don't need to go back to Visual Studio, because what I'm doing is building the network code in Blueprints. Well, let's see. If I run this, got to save actually. So crash, and it actually says success immediately, which is kind of weird. Disturbing, because well, it was dangling there. It's possible that was it. It thinks it says success. Well, that's not good, because it says there is a pending connection, pending incoming connection. But at least it didn't crash. Pending. Let's have a look. As pending connection. And that. Yeah. Difficult to know. I think to do a proper test of this, I need to bind. I can't. I need to restart Unreal. I'll initiate Unreal restart protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
Well, this having a script to restart the development environment is very useful. So
I Captain.
what?
Hello Dino.
I didn't want you to.
Compilation failure.
Yeah, I'm glad you think there's a compilation failure because I actually didn't want you to run it yet. You nearly screwed things up, Hal. Hold your horses. There we are. It's making a connection right now. So I know that there is no connection yet. The problem is that some confusion of previous connections or whatever. So anyway, I know I'm starting from a blank slate now for sure. Now what I'm going to do is hit play. And this isn't working, is it? Because it keeps saying success. It's like, well, nothing is connected. There's nothing trying to connect on this port. It was 787. I'm on 777. Yeah, it's port 777. So actually, the one that I can't is 7777. Yeah, address already in use. Nothing was trying to connect to 777. Yeah, it seems to think there's a pending connection. Blah, 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 blah. Let's check. Yep. Oh, I forgot to hook something up. That's why. Spotted it. The return value of socket pending connection needs to be fed into the branch. Otherwise. All right. So let's try again. Save. Looking at it, it really didn't make any sense. Hit play. And it has not said success. It looks like it is in fact waiting. Now this is the big thing. If I make a connection to this port from NC, and we can't see Unreal. Oh, come on, where are you? There you are. Right. If this works, when I make the connection on port 777, this is stuck in a loop here waiting. If I hit F9, you can see that it's what it's doing. You resume it. Right. So if it works, when I hit enter here, it'll make the connection, it will recognize the connection, it'll print success, and I'll go to bed. So here we go. Oh, all that build up and well, at least it didn't crash, right? That's sad. It's always, I was really hoping that was going to work. When I step to here, this returns a value. It's always returning a value of false. But in theory, there should be a socket pending connection. As pending connection on the same listen socket. I can't see anything wrong with it. Never mind. Come back to that tomorrow. I'm off now. Thanks for watching. Take care, everybody. No crash is a win. Yeah? That's it. Definitely. And I've had a cert, see? Certs without crash. Take care, everybody. See you, Mike.